amazing. So turnabout is fair play there. The 25 or 30 dishes that are described here on stream, Ash went through and picked out some of them and made actual food and ate them without any of the rest of us, because Ash is selfish and lives far away.
And also with it being the Baker's Dozen episode, I baked cupcakes today.
Right, so we've also got that going. So yeah, we've got some pictures down there of just the house sigil that Robert made, and all kinds of cool stuff. Hopefully people are still able to hear us, or can hear us now. We've had some...
I think we lost maybe the last 2 or 3 minutes.
Yikes.
All right.
That's okay. We're still at the feast.
It's fine. We're just going to keep on rolling.
Oh my god.
Instead of repeating, so we're just kind of getting started 10 minutes later.
Stream boss, use it, pick dumb stuff, or good stuff. I said dumb stuff as an example earlier, but it was missed.
Stream boss, give me
we got
all
art,
the points.
something here, art's here.
Yeah, so there's artwork. People have been getting commissions of their characters. Robert's been making cool stuff with 3D renderings. Ash has been cooking actual food to tease us with. So we just got a fun little sideshow going. All that said, we are wrapping up the first main course in this feast here in the Red Keep, hosted by Robert Baratheon, your king and mine, Bobby B, first of his name. So we had just wrapped up goose stuffed with pigeon, stuffed with breadcrumbs and mulberries and pecans. So it was kind of goose, pigeon, turducken of goose and pigeon instead of turkey and duck. So meat inside meat with some other stuff to hold the meat juice, doing it Robert Baratheon style. And as people are kind of picking the bones clean of all their geese and pigeon and nonchalantly whipping the bones over their shoulder as medieval feasts are wont to do, Robert Baratheon claps his 2 enormous hands together in a sound like not terribly unlike thunder. And he goes, "Dah! Bring in the cleanser, but gods damn it, it's too quiet in here. Is it a feast or a funeral? Someone make some music." And sure enough, amidst the flurry of servants that come scurrying in with the next course, there also come in a few hurrying servants that start to make some noise. They've got a lute and a mandolin, and one dude's got a little drum, and they're not singing, but they're playing all your favorite Westerosi jams. So everybody in Westeros tends to know the words of the songs themselves. So if they want to, which here in the Red Keep means if the king does it, people can kind of raucously sing along. But in the meantime, there's just a little bit more festive air, which really suits you lot from Dorne, because the palate cleanser dish are what are called Dornish purses, which are thin fried flatbreads that are stuffed or folded with olives and chickpea paste and shaved spit roasted lamb and some onions, some mustard seeds ground in there, and then of course some famous Dornish dragon peppers. I made tacos in Westeros, so we are calling them Dornish purses. So that's your kind of bright, flavorful pick-me-up. But between the main courses, they bring in this food that you notice most of the other guests, their eyes widen skeptically, or like a lot of them have just the tiniest little bit of dragon pepper on the Dornish purse, and then like it's like a little stone bowl, with some extra dragon peppers, because most of them are like, "Oh no, flavor, we are hella white." They're like, "No, the mayonnaise is too spicy."
As a white person, I understand.
Most of Westeros is pretty terrified of this Dornish cuisine, but It is basically only you guys and House Ironwood that have multiple Dornish men here at the tourney. So you suspect this was kind of a special treat as they were planning the nightly feast around the guest list. So, just as you guys also get some lively music, you have some of the tastes of home. Reyna, how's that feeling? How's that got you going on the inside where your fiery Dornish Valyrian heart is?
It actually makes me a little homesick.
Oh.
I'm used to being, in comfortable places where everybody does what I say without me even having to ask. They just do it because they know what I want. So
Wow.
I am
That's what you're homesick for?
Yeah.
Blind
That
obedience.
and, the warmth and the sky is different at home. It's bigger, and I just miss it. So I'm a little thoughtful.
Who else has feelings of home? What about some of you that have been away from home more? Let's stagger in Luke or Adam and then jump to Bela. But what about one of the boys that, how familiar are these flavors?
My
Let's go to
face
Adam.
hurts. My face hurts.
Your face hurts.
I've not eaten anything like this in like the best part of a decade. So yeah, I'm not going to be used to this at all. But I'm going to try so hard not to show that it's like making me uncomfortable. As like the sweat starts to creep down the side of my face.
Well, the good news is you're currently eating with Langley Woods. Like he's the next nearest person as the course is brought out. So the other Northman is also not exactly, chugging the dragon peppers on a dare like I do at a Mexican restaurant. So you're not under the baleful gaze of your elder sisters, but sounds like you're not going for the extra peppers either.
No, I'm probably coping a little bit better than Langley is, but still, like, it's probably a bit of a shock for him. Kind of like, oh, okay, I have completely lost my tolerance for this, but I'm not going to show anyone that I don't want to look weak. So,
yeah, one of the things we're kind of trying to hit home in this campaign is the difference between upbringings in Westerosi culture. Lots of people spend half their lives away from home as part of paging and squiring, and that was particularly stark with young Adam, who was, by the way,
half his life.
all the way up at White Harbor in the north. It's a civilized metropolitan slice of the north, in as much as the north has that, but it's still been quite different. What about Bela? Because alongside her twin Reyna, she's also been kind of kept at home, living in the lap of Dornish, distinctively Dornish luxury. So how's it got you feeling?
I'm happy to have this food. It's like a really good homage to our home, and so in that spirit, I'm dunking all in on that hot peppers and showing that Dornish like the fire in our bellies as well as on the battlefield. So kind of the fiery personality of the Dornish bloodlines coming out here. So I'm showing that off.
And where is Bela settling in to eat? Because you were last kind of leaving the royal table. Do you circle back around in order to wolf down some Dornish purses in Robert Baratheon's face? Or are you settling in with one of your siblings? Or where did you land and perch to feast on your Dornish?
So I'm going to take one from the table where King Robert is and dunk it right in front of him. Take a nice bite and then head on away from the table. Let's see. I'm probably a little curious to see how the rest of the family is doing. So I might find Reyna and wherever she is and just kind of sit down and try to catch up.
We're
Alrighty.
Vale ladies, but
Okay, well that's fine. I can return there just easily.
Yeah, so you mosey on over, munching on your Dornish purse, and heading in the direction of Lucaris. So Luke, how are you feeling? Because you've been in the exotic
Mhm.
palette of the Red Keep, so to speak. It's a little different than like White Harbor or some other corner of most of Westeros. But
There's a
it's
great
still-
little place in the shadow of the Septa Baylor that sells Dornish purses, bred by Lady Bell, but it's just not the same. It's like designed to be quick. They go easy on the ghost, on the dragon peppers, and how authentic is this compared to that?
The cooks in the Red Keep are very well paid, and there is also enough of a tourney on that draws in traders and merchants from far away that they're able to get some fairly authentic stuff going. It's Bobby Flay Dornish purses, not Gordon Ramsay Dornish purses, right? Like they're going for somebody that did want the flavor and the spice and the heat. It's maybe not the same as back home, but
Okay.
you can tell it's somebody that's done some cooking all over Westeros.
So Luke's disposition is going to go from very tense as Corbray is speaking shit, to as he leaves and the purses come out, his right hand clearly comes back up to the table because it was on his sword, and he is going to enjoy the tacos. That's what they are. I broke it. And he's gonna correct the people that no, like this. You gotta get some more peppers on there. Come on.
For their part, the two ladies of the Vale, one of them quite a bit more ladylike than the other, are kind of recoiling, not quite in horror, but like, oh no, oh it's too spicy, from this
He'll
Dornish
very
thing.
clearly to Royce say, "Do you find Dornish spices too much?"
oh,
She kind of straightens up, and she goes, "Well, I'll try anything once," and she very daringly, goes in for a not very ladylike bite, which has Maya Stone kind of glaring. You suspect Maya got a lot of lectures about eating like a lady, and then here's Miranda Royce going like a 2-bite taco type of gig just to try and show how very bold and bawdy she is. So Maya's like, "What the fuck, bitch? Like, you've been telling me dainty little bites all this time."
I'm going to point to the wine to help wash it down, and I'll say like these Dornish spices can definitely build the thirst.
She will. Tears will be showing in her eyes as she chews and swallows, and then a little bit of a cough, and then she goes, I find wine makes a great many things more pleasurable, my lord." And she gives it a bit of a chug. It's not a dainty, womanly sip. You can tell that the spice was getting to her but she gave it a go.
So all the fucks Luke gave about Corbray are now gone. He's refocused.
he is
Did
fully
he even
focused.
bring his sword? He doesn't remember.
Maya Stone seems determined to one-up her friend at at writing, which she already did, but maybe at eating, which is the other thing that she knows she's been training for her whole life. So she seems to be genuinely putting in a good faith effort in downing a taco in one go. So she's stuffing it up in there, just trying to show Miranda, like, "Hey, you told me dainty bites, and then you're gonna do that. Then I'm gonna." Oh my! So she is then unabashedly grabbing the thick black stout, the black of the Baratheon black and yellow, to wash it down and put out the fire. But the two Vale ladies, who are at different spots on the spectrum of femininity by Westerosi standards, they give it a game try with these Dornish purses.
So as As Bela approaches, Luke is clearly teasing the two girls and having a good time.
We have a bit of chat input with a 16. We're going to do that one first. It's the opposite table, kind of the other side of the hall, where a mix of Reach Knights and some Stormlanders are hanging out. And it's kind of down the table from where Adam is. But you hear that pointed raising of the voice as Sir Aaron Florent, who's serving as Master of Lists here at this tourney. He raises his voice in a very prim, proper, kind of real-life baby boomer, I want to speak to your manager way, where he's just like...
He's showing Karen.
He's just going, ugh, get this Dornish poison away from me. And you remember that along with the Stormlands, the Reach does have a long, bloody history with Dorne, which has at times included Dornish poisons. But he's making a big, big show of not liking the ethnic food at this Taco Bell, right? That type of vibe.
Why do I get a press 2 for fucking Westerosi?
Exactly. So he's sitting up and looking very affronted at it being served to him. And his brother is doing the same, Sir Imry Florent. And both of them are just very waving it away from them and scowling at the servants like they're making a note of who dared bring them this garbage, and that sort of thing. And you can also tell, though, they're both very pale of skin, and they've got these prominent Florent ears that everybody jokes matches the fox of their sigil. But they're very pale and fair, and they're getting red and red-eyed, and they're trying to sit there and sniff at the lack of decorum at serving Dornish swill, but like they're crying while they're doing it. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to muster up their dignity while yelling about somebody serving them Dornish tacos.
I definitely like to throw some shade at this guy, but I'm going to wait for any of my siblings to do it first.
I'm going to make a very overt show of putting more hot peppers on mine and like staring at them while I eat it.
Oh, good. Intense eye contact.
Yeah, just holding eye contact across the room while you're...
Like, I see what you're doing, but I'm enjoying this taco, and you're not stopping me, so I don't give a shit.
I love how quickly we went to the shorthand of tacos.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Dornish purses with all the taco ingredients in them.
I tried.
But they're also kind of gyro-y, because it's lamb meat. It's a mix. It's not straight up Mexican quite.
It's a bread, not a tortilla.
Yeah. So as the servants are being, ordered stuffily away, you guys do see Oris and Lothar Brun waving them over, like we'll take not going away. Like, you guys are over here. So and Adam, you're close enough to notice because they're just a few feet away, down table from you in the other direction of the fancy Florence. But you get the feeling that kind of wordlessly, because you haven't heard Oris and Lothar Brun say 2 words to each other, but you think they might be best friends because they're both just like kind of lowborn, not knights, and they're just hanging out eating all night. But like you can tell that the 2 of them are kind of looking at each other, and they're like putting a little bit more dragon pepper on their Dornish purse, and then like looking and like they're kind of, a bit of a joust seems to be going on down table as the 2 of them are turning into an impromptu pissing contest while determinedly not letting any of the food go to waste. But you haven't heard them say anything. There's been the occasional companionable grunt, between courses, but they seem content to just sit and eat, and like not piss anybody off all night and just like soak up the free food the way that a squire and a sellsword kind of should. So yeah, it's been kind of, yeah, they're focused. They're both here. They're like, we're not in Vegas to gamble. We're here for the destination wedding and the buffets. Like that's their mindset. They just seem to be enjoying the food, and they wave the accosted servants over to not let the Dornish purses go to waste.
Can I get the Florence attention?
How so? Like, how are you gonna try?
Not super obvious, but I like to kind of stand up and make eye contact with them if they're looking in this direction, if that's possible.
Yeah, one of them is. They're sitting across the table from one another.
I'll raise my glass wine then, and I'll kind of nod to him and say, "Fear not. I'm sure the chefs did not know foxes feared peppers so much. I'm sure the next course will be less scary."
He pointedly, and this one is Sir Aaron, the master of the lists, is the one that's facing you. And Sir Imry kind of turns and he gives you a look that, again, it's the look, right? Like who are you to speak to us?
Yeah, and then to make it like Luke's the good guy, I'm gonna nod and be like more wine to these good sirs.
The servants look like they don't necessarily mind kind of good-naturedly snubbing the Florence a bit, because the Florence are just that sort that waitstaff don't like. So they hurry up, and even as they're giving you that baby boomer stink eye, a servant is like the Dornish red or the Arbor, and like try to like get their attention and offer them the wine that you ordered for your highborn friend and all that. And they kind of sputter a bit, but you can see them kind of exchange looks with one another, and you're like, this probably isn't enough of an insult. Sir Imry Florent, you see pointedly send a glance up towards the royal table and look at the Lady Olenna before shaking his head at his brother. Yeah, they're like, we don't going to start any trouble with mom. Like it's that sort of vibe. So they clearly do not like you much, but they are not making a big thing out of it here at the feast.
Our table, I'm going to kind of turn around and go, oh, well, there'll be no need to call the Silent Sisters today. I think they'll survive.
Miranda will go, yes, I think foxes are more clever than to eat things that might hurt them.
Well, I think we're putting kind of a lot of credit on foxes that isn't necessarily there.
I mean, real life foxes will eat any old shit. They will eat like putrid things from the bins.
And Miranda gives it a moment, and then she leans over towards Maya and whispers conspirationally, loud enough for everyone to hear the scandalous whisper, right? That sort of whisper. And she goes, though it's good that most Knights of the Reach will eat most anything. And gives Maya a very bawdy little look. Maya turns beet red against that pale Baratheon skin. She turns super red and almost chokes again on her food. And then Miranda just looks innocent, like, oh, it's just because there's so many gardens and stuff. Like she tries to put on that sweet, because there's such rich croplands, and but yeah, she knows. She knows.
Well, praise be to the seven that they can tolerate sweeter foods, because apparently they have no taste in the savory.
So yeah, there's lots of knowing glances going around at your table. People getting all smoochy faced there with your brother, with the two sisters there.
You are so
there. And then we have a 30, which is a mild interruption there at the table, where the the twins and Lucaris are sitting, as the young acolyte Alaris approaches the Lady Reyna. He had delivered a message earlier, and he approaches her, and he gives the lot of you a friendly smile. It's kind of weird to see a maester emoting very openly, but you do remember from having heard him speak earlier in the week and this evening, he does have a Dornish lilt to his
Dornish.
voice, and he is naggingly familiar looking. Again, he's a mixture of Summer Isles darkness. It's what we would call African in real life. He's got those particularly dusky hues, but he's got a Dornish lilt.
Which maester was this?
This is the acolyte Alaras,
Oh,
Aleras, Alaras, and he's kind of been serving as something of a maester squire to Grand Maester Pycelle that you've seen, but he
Been running
approaches.
messages.
He approaches Reyna, and he just gives a beaming, bright, open, friendly smile, and he gestures to the Lady Reyna. He goes, "I wondered if you might have any message or response for me to deliver to the Grand Maester. I also wonder if perhaps," and he reaches for one of the Dornish purses, "a little taste of home. I've been at the Citadel for rather a while."
Move the plate closer.
Oh, boy.
And the smile turns grateful and still handsome and charming. Again, he's young. He looks maybe 15 or 16. Sharp features, a very sharp, like widow's point in his hair. And just, he's a good looking kid. And he gives you this kind of grateful smile. All three of you make me a memory test. It's, I think, linked to the cunning
I failed my
attribute.
last one.
Yeah, but just give me another one.
Okay.
Because again, this kid's just naggingly familiar. And Reyna, I don't recall, have you read the letter yet? I don't remember if you have.
I had
I
not.
don't think she has.
10 here.
11.
5.
All right,
No.
well, Bela is like, "Why are you giving him Dornish purses? What are you doing? Give me those back." So
Those
she's
are-
a little
those are
distracted.
for me.
I was gonna
Yeah, those were mine. No, so yeah, Bela just doesn't really pay him much attention, or maybe some of the eating and drinking to impress King Robert may have distracted her a bit more than she meant. Did anybody beat a 12? It sounded like not quite. All right,
No, I can't.
he's just gonna stay kind of naggingly familiar.
Okay.
You think you've seen him before this week, but you haven't been, to Old Town or anything like that, and so yeah, just I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Familiar. All right. Well, if you'll give me a moment, I will take a quick look at at the missive. I hadn't looked yet, and I pull it out of my sleeve and open it up.
All right, I have messaged you the letter, Lady Felicia, player of Lady Reyna, here in your PM
I see
on
this.
Discord. So there is that, and it's written in the spidery, small lettered, and very neat writing of a trained scribe. And Ash, I see that you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, I'm going to be sort of, like, Adam's generally kind of not keeping, like, a super close eye on where the siblings are, but, like, kind of sort of checking in on them visually.
Does Adam want to roll memory also?
Well, I was just asking, like, is that a thing that I can do?
Yeah. Again, it's another case where I'm going to give it to you because of the high awareness that you guys tend to have. You're not going to miss a ton. But yeah, go ahead and give me that roll.
I only have 3 dice in awareness, but we'll see.
Yeah. Or no, this is cunning and the
Oh.
memory specialty if you've got it.
Oh, then I have 4, and I get to keep 3. Okay, so that is a pile of rubbish.
Yeah, it sounded like anytime the roller goes, yeah, it's probably not a
Yeah.
bunch of 5s and 6s.
Hey, I just
Yeah,
want to
I
say
got
something
nothing.
while he's counting. That this,
It's cool. I had like 6.
Okay.
this letter is written exactly how Maester Pycelle speaks.
I am certain I don't know what you're talking about, madam.
Excellent. Okay.
If you would like to read it aloud for the stream to share, I'm sure that you can do
I
so.
will do so. Yeah, I had actually sent a message asking about the cause of death for young Lord Dennett. And Grand Maester Pycelle says that it is the opinion of some members of the Learned Council of the Maester's Conclave that young Lord Dennett did perish from injuries taken on the field of honor. It is the opinion of other members of the Learned Council of the Maester's Conclave that he died instead due to an imbalance of humors brought about by ingesting improper medicinals, likely exotic concoctions of associate origin. It is the opinion of Grandmaster Pycelle, small council advisor to His Grace King Robert Baratheon, that were it not for the one, the other would not have killed him. And were it not for the other, the one would not have killed him. Disagreement between maesters, particularly those of the Learned Council, is to be minimized, and so it is our final decision that he is dead in precisely equal measure due to injuries and ingestions alike.
Ooh.
Right.
Interesting.
Shit got real.
Right? It sounds very much waffly.
Excuse me, it sounds super fucking decisive. It's written right there.
The gods
Exactly what happened.
It's waffle,
It sounds
waffle,
like the gods
waffle.
Somebody wanted you to win.
Yes. Or they just wanted Dennett dead. I put the little note away and thank you, Acolyte. However, I don't see that replying will improve my answer in any way. But thank you very much.
He finishes the Dornish purse and gives you, after sucking down the rest of it so it's not stuck in his teeth and stuff, gives you another affable smile. Very well. I'll let him know that you read it and have no further questions at the moment, but may be in touch with him later during the tourney should further need arise.
Correct. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your Dornish purse.
Thank you very much. It was a nice taste of home. All right. And then he saunters away. It is the first time that you lot have seen anyone in the shapeless robes of a maester saunter, but Alaras manages it.
I know that.
Well, I mean, a lot of them are so old that they can't really saunter anymore, so they can at best
Yes.
scuttle.
Yeah, and again, especially the one you've got at home, and especially Grandmeister Pycelle.
He's 100
but
years
yeah,
old.
Yeah, they're more like
so, so that does it for that bit of feasting. And you're all just kind of left glancing at Alaras, trying to figure out where you recognize that kid from. And then
So
you hear
for the record, I would just ask him, but
Yeah.
I'm busy at the moment.
right. I'm not gonna ask him though, because if he wanted,
But he knows here.
So you hear the scrape of chair legs on the floor. It's a feast. There's like 30 people here. People are moving around a little bit. It's no big deal. But a lot of you kind of hear that. And Adam, you're kind of half twisted around, looking over your shoulder, keeping an eye on your siblings. And then you guys notice that there are a few people dancing in the middle of the room. King Robert has got Mary Crane in his huge hands and arms. And she's letting out a peal of laughter as he's spinning her around, and they're having a good old time. John Aaron, you glance up towards the royal table, or so you're near there. You see him ask his wife, and you can hear the lady Lysa Aaron go, "All this noise, it's too loud for sweet Robin." And she scurries young Robin away because sounds of merriment give him a headache. And you're taking in just a few of these things. And then, as you straighten back around, Adam, you get a tap on your shoulder from the tip of a cane. And standing in what was your blind spot a moment ago is the Lady Olena Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. And she's not quite glaring at you in the way that her default expression is not quite glaring. And she goes, "I have sat like a queen for long enough this evening. I feel that I will dance like one. Anyone in this room except for the good will make me feel old. But you, young man, will not make me feel short. Up with you."
Come on, Adam.
Following Grandpa's footsteps and other things.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to disobey her. She's terrifying. So, okay.
Okay.
Adam has certainly at least had enough to drink that he's at least not going to like quail at her.
All right. And while the two of them are, she's helping him get disentangled from the chair, Langley Woods, for his part, is like hiding his face from her. Like you feel like her reputation has reached even the north. And she's like so he's just like, "Oh no," and looking away. You can tell that Oris is kind of doing the same. You suspect Oris thinks she just forgot to berate him earlier this evening, and he's trying to like avoid her gaze. So you guys are taking a second for her to, gallantly get you up off your feet or onto your feet and start dancing. And then the Lady Reyna is approached by a dashing figure in green and gold who sketches her a bow as she turns. And Sir Garland the Gallant is offering his hand to the elder twin of House Nymaryen, sketches a bow to the both of you. I thought perhaps I'd mark myself the luckiest fellow at the feast. I seem to have misplaced my wife for the evening, so I thought I'd approach the next prettiest table of young ladies. The smile is for everyone at the table, but his hand is initially extended only to the Lady Reyna. I wonder if perhaps I might have this dance, to show that not all of us in the Reach are afraid of the exotic goods that Dorne offers the Seven Kingdoms.
God damn, he's so good at this.
Damn!
I take his hand and rise. I'm conscious of not leaping to my feet and hurling myself into his arms.
Take me away.
And I'm like, "Of course, Sir Garland."
I can show you the world.
Yeah, she's gonna get a magic garland ride. But yeah, so as soon as Garland and Reyna are like away from the table and their mutual line of sight has shifted away from the rest of you sitting there, Miranda leans over and kind of crows at Maya, who leans over and crows at her, and they're like, and you can hear,
I hate to follow that, but Luke's gonna stand up and extend a hand to both Maya and to Miranda. Ladies.
Both of them?
Holy shit, you can try and dance with two at a time?
Maya will kind of wave you off as though it was a plate of nothing but red peppers. Like she's just like, "Oh no. And you see her You see her cast a wistful glance down table again,
Oh,
where Michael Redfort is sitting.
Oh.
But she
That's
waves
right.
you away. Miranda, for
I
her
will
part,
nod politely and smile. Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find us.
Miranda stands up and she goes, "Well, where to find us if you hurry and we don't go for a walk anywhere?"
Oh.
And she will take your hand and commence to a dancing.
That I
Bela,
mug for the camera.
Bela, you are currently date free, but you are also a fierce, independent Dornish woman. Is there anybody that you would like to approach for this first dance in a fiercely Dornish fashion?
That's with the king.
He's already dancing.
Damn
That
it.
doesn't seem like the best idea, but maybe it's. Seems like he already has a dance partner, right?
Yes, he is still looming over and dwarfing Mary Crane,
Oh
who,
yeah, shit.
again, she's just like giggling and peeling the whole time because she looks like about a 10-year-old dancing with an adult compared to him, because he's just a huge guy and she is this very slender, pretty slip of a reach maiden. By comparison, he's just such a big dude. But yeah, so he's kind of hamming that up and like, I don't want to say manhandling her because he's not like he's not hurting her or whatever, but he is exaggerating the size difference by like doing little spins with her and picking her up off her feet. So like instead of turning her from one side to the other, he's like lifting her up like a child.
Spinning.
You know what I mean? Like because he's just a really big dude and she is not. But yeah, so they're having their fun.
Hamming it up.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go up to Orton Lucas, the big burly brother.
Okay, that one's Nathan
Oh,
Lucas.
Nathan, I mean.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, Nathan Lucas is currently dance partner free. He is whooping after an impressive twirl that King Robert pulled off, the same as he would whoop if King Robert punched somebody in the face real good, right? It's that same sort of like, yeah, look at him go, So yeah, you are able to approach him just fine.
All right, I approached and I say, you want to try that as well? Bet you could toss me up like that.
I love that.
Ha ha! He gives you a not terribly unlike Gaston grin. I bet I could. And if you get me drunk enough, perhaps I'll toss you down as well. And he just, boisterously grabs you by the hands and hauls you into that kind of open space in the middle that has turned into a bit of a dance floor.
I love it.
So let's circle back around. Let's go to Adam first. How's things? I'm not going to require rolls for this because it's kind of a weird.
At a disadvantage.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird agility, but also kind of status breeding, because breeding is kind of the etiquette. So it's a weird thing that's kind of weird. None of you are in a dance off, so we're not going to make up rules. But in your head, is Adam a pretty good dancer? And is Adam still a pretty good dancer?
Well, yeah, the answer to those is a bit different. Yeah, I think he was decent before the accident, but yeah, like he hasn't danced at all since the accident. And yeah, he's not as coordinated on his feet as he was. Though he has also had like a fair amount to drink that could go either way, like by either making him move more, be more relaxed, or he could be even less coordinated. Don't know. He's certainly going to try his very best not to embarrass himself and Lady Olenna. But he was certainly going to like preface that before they even start. That but quietly.
The Lady Olenna, for her part, and you think it's maybe because no one else can hear, right? But she is kind of whispering, not like whispering, but talking to you the whole time in a tone that you recognize from, you know, the nursemaids in, you know, that you, if you've visited them in White Harbor, people talking to a child or a spooked animal or whatever. She has a very matronly tone that you're kind of hearing for the first time, and it's much softer than how she normally speaks. But she's like, now, come on, eyes up. Look the girl in the face, or she'll think you think she's ugly. Don't dwell on your foot. The rest of the world's already doing that enough. No, don't worry about where your feet are. Worry about where mine are. And mine will be exactly where they're meant to be. I've been dancing plenty long. You just ask little Makey. And just like this sort of just kind of keeping you calm and level. And she's like, just definitely some, like, don't worry about it. Don't look at your feet. You can still move in time with the music. Don't dwell on it. And she is a very formal dancer, because she's been dancing very formally over the course of about 70 years of dancing changing, right? But like you can tell it's very kind of by the book with her, but she's also a very old lady. So she's not expecting to leap and twirl and get tossed about like Mary Crane. So she think that she picked her dance partner for partially selfish, but partially selfless reasons. So it was a canny move on her part. And the two of you aren't terribly disparate in height. You're not like small for your age, but you are,
like, it's probably like 5'7" or 8", something like that.
Yeah, so you're not dwarfing her the way even, Michael Redfort, the next youngest person, would have, or, that sort of thing. So yeah, you two cut a not terrible pair. You are both also quite impeccably dressed. You have kind of the fanciest garb, and she appreciates that. So yeah, she is going to let up just kind of a stream of encouragement for as long as you need it, until you stop.
Lightly coaching.
Yes, until you seem to stop needing her fussing. She will
actually,
fuss.
like that will actually be really helpful. He'll relax fairly quickly with that, because he'll kind of, he was scared of getting barked at, and he's not getting barked at, so he'll calm down a bit, and we'll actually kind of get into it, because he's missed being able to dance. So like he'll be feeling a little bit more like, oh, okay, I'm not totally terrible at this now.
Right. What about the Lady Reyna?
Well, I will open with, well, why isn't your lady wife here tonight, Sir Garland?
I'm afraid she's the smart one in our marriage, and she's helping see to matters run smoothly back home in Fossaway lands and the rest of the Reach while grandmother's away. We daren't leave just my father and Loris and Marjorie to run things. We'd come home to find it all nigh unrecognizable, for better or ill. Everything would be gilded. It would be a terrible mess.
Her loss is definitely my gain.
He is, perhaps unsurprisingly, a pretty okay dancer. He is not stumbling or faltering or having trouble. You can tell again, it's absolutely, courtly, the same sort of precision that the Tyrell boys show with a lance, right? Like, this is definitely something that they are practiced at as part of their duties as,
He's good with his lance.
highborn. Yeah, yes, he is very good with his lance. But yeah, so he is as charming and affable and a flawless dancer that you can tell also he's ready to like tone it down. Like if you were going to do poorly, he would probably, dance poorly so that it would not look weird, so he seems to definitely know what he's doing on the dance floor. Yeah, and we are going to loop back around to some conversation stuff. But we're just kind of getting initial impressions and that sort of thing from each of them. Luke, I assume that you and Miranda are doing a Yo MTV Raps Spring Break special just about over there on the dance floor.
Luke is pushing things with his as far as a Dornish man can in King's Landing. So some things you get away with a little bit more. That's the culture, but it's not exactly a Dothraki wedding either.
Yeah. So you're a little closer than you probably should be, but so is she. Getting a little bit handsy on occasion, and so is she. She's unabashedly slipping and missing your waistline once. Oops. And stuff like that. And she's giving you smiles that make it quite clear that she knows what you're doing and she approves and she's doing it also. And she's also occasionally, you notice, casting a bit of a glance when the dance permits, like she's watching the doorway out towards the gardens where you remember the blackfish left. So maybe she's keeping an eye out for the chaperone. Like she's maybe ready for things to get more stiff and formal instead of only stiff. It's funny because it's a penis joke. But yeah, like you can tell,
I appreciate those.
She's kind of potentially watching out for the blackfish, who seems to be serving as a bodyguard and chaperone to her and Maya Stone. Like she's occasionally just kind of watching that doorway as you two are dancing it up.
Luke definitely appreciates the forwardness, and when the time is right, we will leave the dance floor. But at the moment, we are enjoying.
Have you pulled?
Not yet. Nathan Lucas is not a great dancer, Bela. You don't know if it's because he's drunk or if he just doesn't particularly care about dancing. From
Both?
The conversations that you have had with him in the past, it is likely both. It is the decision of the Learned Council of Maesters that it is exactly half of each. He does not seem to be concerned with courtly manners and courtly matters, and dancing is certainly a part of that. He is doing it enthusiastically, though. What kind of dancer is Bela? Are you, graceful about it, or are you more like he is, where it's just kind of an enthusiasm thing? Like, as long as you try, you're winning. How trained in dance is Bela?
So I think it's kind of both of those. Like she would have definitely paid attention in the dance classes when she learned, but like not quite to the extent that probably the teacher would have liked. But she has going for her a little bit of natural grace and athleticism into it, which can make up for some of the shortcomings. So it's definitely a bit of both.
I feel like if we toss them both spears, they'll get along a lot better.
So are you restraining yourself to kind of match the dancing of Sir Nathan, or are you one-upping him, whether he notices it or like, will anybody glancing see you out dancing him?
Yes, people with a keen eye will notice that I definitely know more what I'm doing, but am keeping myself paced with him such that it kind of looks good together, even though you can tell Gotcha. I know a little bit more about what I'm doing than he does.
So you're hard carrying in that match, but you're not like rubbing his nose in it type of thing.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
It's not that big of a deal to me. It's just it's having fun and matching his pace with my extra knowledge. Which isn't not that I'm the best dancer, but just I know a little bit.
Yeah, I mean you
keep up with it.
Yeah, and you're trained in courtly matters, and this happened to be one of the things that Bela paid attention to. So you're pretty decent at it. and the athleticism. Yeah. So let's loop it back around now that we've kind of set the pace and the tone of the various couples. Anything Adam wants to bring up to the Lady Olena? Once the two of you fall into the dance, and again, it's a cheery dance. It's not a super like stiff and formal actual medieval dance with expected partner swaps and all that. It's just kind of people having fun to music. So yeah, what do we got going on conversating wise between Adam and the Lady Olena Tyrell?
So, my lady, tell me about my grandfather. I fear I don't. You seem to have been very close.
She gives you a sharp and kind of Bela-ish smile of like, I could say something really mean right now, and I won't, but I could. Yeah, she gives you this kind of sharp smile. She goes, quite close. We overlapped a bit, my dear. But I'm pretty sure you don't want to hear about that.
No, I mean more sort of what. I've been away a long time. I feel like I don't know him really.
Well, he and I have been exchanging ravens quite a bit these last several years, but Makey and I haven't seen each other in quite some time either. But I suspect he's still the man I recall, terribly worried about the name, worried about the house, and, after the rebellion, worried about you children. I'm sure that whatever he has decided to tell you and not tell you, it's with the best interest of his grandchildren and the house name in mind.
That sounds like there may be a lot being discussed that we don't know about.
Oh, there is.
I can't help but find that somewhat concerning, my lady.
Oh, you likely should.
But I see from the brevity of your responses that you're going to share in his silence.
I'm afraid so, dear. Some things are better not discussed until more details have been arranged, but you do know the broad strokes. It's like I told a lot of you earlier this week. I've been tasked with finding marriage matches for this gaggle of Dornish dragons.
Well, about that, is there not a concern that it's a bit early for me, don't you think? I'm not quite 6 and 10 yet.
I'm aware. Don't worry, lad. I'm not going to take you back to the villa after the feast is over.
Very amusing, my lady, but that's not quite what I meant.
Sorry, I gotta get my straight face back.
He went off the video.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
No. Oh, I thought he was just blocking it for a second out of embarrassment.
All right,
she killed him. Adam just died right there.
Yeah, we thought Ash died in real life.
I don't know what happened there. But
we all know what happened.
It's all right. We just
out on me.
It's fine. So Adam faints twice in Lady Olena's arms. Yeah. So she gives you that same kind of. It's like a mean smile, but it's a teasing me, But she goes, "I know what you meant. Don't worry, dear boy. We are all acutely aware of you and your siblings' ages. I've been pressing Makey to get this ball rolling much earlier. Most of you should have been betrothed a decade ago, you included. But we'll worry about all that later." And then she gives you a long, kind of open and earnest look. She goes, "I wonder, have you heard any gossip about my grandson? Not the one dancing with your sister, and not the one that shares the leg affliction that you have. The other one.
You mean Sir Loris?
Indeed. Do they
Radar.
gossip about him even in White Harbor?
Well, that would depend on what gossip you meant, my lady. Right, I'm
I
looking
have-
at out of character saying, like, Adam knows fine well what she means, but he's
Right.
like a bit
He's
afraid of where
being
this
politic. Yeah.
is going. Yeah.
She gives you a look, and she actually like misses a step in the dance just to like deadpan look you square in the face very sincerely and openly for a moment. And she goes, I believe that you, more than most of your siblings, may know exactly the nature of this gossip.
Okay, there's wording that frightens Adam a fuck of a lot.
Ooh.
You get very Scottish when you're scared.
I think it might be because I'm pretty Scottish. I see. Well, then. Yes, there are unkind whisperings that he prefers the company of men.
And when those whisperings reached you from the yellow-toothed mouths of northerners in White Harbor, did you punch them in the nose or did you hold your tongue?
Well, I think you can tell by looking at me how I am in a fist fight, my lady.
Held your tongue then?
Yes.
See? You are the clever one. Would you be able to similarly hold your tongue should gossips talk about your marriage?
I confess, my lady, I had not given it much thought.
You are not a terribly good liar, young man. There is precious little in Westeros that you have not given quite a lot of thought to. Should you find yourself betrothed or wed to a girl too young or a woman too old to dance as spryly as I am, or with the athleticism that little Nakey and I once showed, would the gossip get a rise out of you?
I like to think that it wouldn't.
Well then, I'm certain it shan't. We needn't speak on it much longer. Let's just enjoy the dance, dearie.
As you wish, my lady.
I do. Queens should get to dance in quiet a bit. And she tilts her chin up a little bit and just seems to enjoy dancing with a handsome young man.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the stutter step, that sincerity that almost throws the dance off just for a bit, that stutter step with his grandmother and your little brother does not seem to miss the alert and oh so dreamy sharp eyes of Sir Garland.
Oh, really?
And as you two are dancing, he lets out a bit of a sigh that actually deflates his broad shoulders a bit. Just for a moment, the Prince Charming perfect posture, etc., kind of, drops, and this smile wavers and falters just a hair, and you sense that he is being absolutely earnest as he lowers his voice a little and isn't just showering you in compliments and complimenting his wife even more loudly and, all that stuff. But he just says, "My lady, I wonder, do you see my grandmother and your brother dancing?"
Of course.
Age disparity notwithstanding, I think they're rather a dashing couple. I hope you agree.
I think that they cut a stunning tableau together. I am. Look right in the eye.
I thought you were getting emotional there.
Um. Yes, they make a wonderful pairing.
He gives you a little bit of an impish grin for a second. He goes, and also, Littlefinger and Lady Forlorn be damned. I think the two of them are the sharpest things in the room.
They, yes.
Good choice of comparisons.
I think that my little brother is. I think that he will be quite the statesman.
If there were another statesman, just as sharp and just as skilled on the dance, despite a certain shared affliction that keeps them from the saddle, would you think just as well of that young man?
How old is his other?
He is the second brother.
Right.
His older brother Willis is about a year or two older. Loris is 3 or 4 years younger.
Willis is famously crippled, right?
Yes.
I believe, despite my Cornish blood, that physical strength is not always the best kind of strength to be used. Oh my god, Ash!
Sorry, don't mind me.
And for a moment, again, you see just absolute earnestness, and there's a look on his face of focus and of clarity and of paying absolute laser-like attention that you think might be the look on his face somebody sees when he's sword fighting with them. Like just absolute focus and sincerity and earnestness. And he goes, and would you dance with such a man?
Yes.
And would you want to?
Yes.
Excellent then. And he straightens up again, the smile's back, the eyes soften, everything becomes courtly perfect, yada yada yada. And he seems content to just go back to dancing. It seems that he is dropping the line of interrogation based upon the sincerity of your answer.
Well, I'm glad. Because
Are you content to just dance in silence with the dreamy Sir Garland the Darlin? Or do you also have questions for him?
Woo him.
I don't have questions for him because he's made me start thinking really hard.
What kind of
So now I
thoughts?
have to think and not trip.
All right then. I feel like we're not going to be getting any deep, earnest philosophical discussions out of Luke and Miranda Royce.
No, it's
I don't
all
think-
very surface level. He does want to at some point kind of maybe back-to-back maneuver so that he's close to Bela, just to kind of whisper to her ear and ask her, make sure she's okay, she's need a rescue, that kind of thing. Or a place to stay for the night.
Bela, what is your response as the pairings take a breather between songs for a moment? Just for a few beats, and Luke gives you that question,
You asked
or at
if
least that
everything's okay.
questioning.
Yeah, so he'll kind of lean back and say, sister, are you all right?
Yes. Does something appeared to be wrong?
Yes, but wrong is a subjective term.
I don't know what you mean.
If you need a saving from the situation to Lucas, let me know. If you need privacy of Lucas, let me know. I'm here to help.
I don't think I will be needing either of those.
I didn't
I
think
I
you
can handle
would,
myself, but I appreciate. Yeah.
one assumes, but that's what the offer is for.
Imagine this like going on as like in bits as you pass each other.
Yeah, they're kind of like leaning back.
Yeah, or just, people take a break and grab a drink real quick. So you've got a few seconds there. Any pressing conversations going on with Bela and Nate? Or
I'll ask him how he's feeling about the melee tomorrow.
There you go.
Oh, confident. Looking forward to it. Going into battle with folk that vanquished members of the King's Guard and putting the whole Stormlands Dornish nonsense behind us, which is more than some cunts can say. Fucking reach knights.
I was kind of laughing. I would have looked back at Bela and just kind of nod.
He goes, yeah, we'll fix our own little Dondarrion Dane alliance with Lucas and Nymaryen.
That's right.
I want to drink to this moving speech. Speech of friendship.
As a reminder, Lord Beric Dondarrion, a Marcher Lord of the Stormlands with a long bloody history with the Dornish, he is betrothed to the Lady of House Dane, and that's why his squire is Edric Dane, her nephew. So like they were very kind of scandalously were bridging that gap of Stormlands and Dorne. So that was what he was referring to there.
Okay.
And it is kind of weird, again, Stormlands and Dornishmen have been at war far longer than they have been at peace. But he seems absolutely certain, or at least drunkenly certain, that you lot are gonna fucking clean up tomorrow. He has seemed the same about all of his other jousts and matches, and so he is boisterously certain that you lot are gonna do well. Let's move on to a new course. The songs wind down.
I did
go ahead.
have one other thing I was going to ask him about.
Oh, my bad. Absolutely. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, your sister doesn't seem particularly happy with her betrothed. How do you feel about that?
That's for her and Woods to figure out. I'm sure once she gets north, she'll realize all the pouting and sulking won't do any good, and she'll just get happy in whatever treehouse or whatever House Woods keeps. She'll be fine this time.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Women, you know how they can be.
Indeed.
that nod.
Yes, we are a finicky bunch, aren't we?
You're welcome, Erica. I knew you would like. He seems to miss any sarcasm or threat or discomfort in your tone. And just cheerfully.
Oh, he's so clueless. It's kind of sweet, almost.
Right?
So, the dance winds down as a new course comes out. You suspect the dance may be winding down because King Robert is winded. You have not been dancing for like an hour that we have been doing it in universe. It's been several minutes, but several minutes of trying to dance like you did in your 20s is enough to get King Robert wheezing a bit and red in the face a little. He's good-natured
I understand,
about it.
King Robert.
Yeah, he's good-natured about it, and he's having fun and then laughing it off. Oh, just another drink and I'll be right as rain. And yeah, maybe a bit more food. Gotta keep the fire burning. And he slaps his belly. Yeah, you need wood for the fire. Bring it out. Here we are. And he slaps his big hands together and rubs his palms together again as people kind of scatter. And the second main course is on its way out. Where are you guys going to scatter to from the dance floor? Who wants to sit where to enjoy this course?
Well, I mean, before sort of scampering off, Adam would like to graciously thank Lady Olenna for the dance and for the tips on footwork, with a little bit of subtext in there, and then he'd like to go and sit with Horus.
The Lady Olenna, for her part, gives you an impeccable little curtsy, that is just the right sign of respect and acknowledgement and blah blah, and then she leans in a little close and whispers, "Thank you for the dance, young man. It has been too long," and gives you a smooch right on the cheek.
Aww.
And then straightens up and gestures at a servant with a cane and waves someone out of her way and makes a big show of stomping back up towards the royal table where she was sitting. So she puts her game face back on.
I will put in some time at the Lucas table.
Oh, the hardship.
They are really, I find them amusing. And I find the sister empathetic while at the same time off-putting.
See, Bela looks at her as sort of like a warning of what might come to her future. And
right?
so it's kind of like, yeah.
I feel for her being something bartered like that, I mean, every time somebody dies, they just wait just as long as they have to, and they sell her off to the next husband.
Where is Bela headed to?
Welcome to feudal society.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I don't want to go and sit with the Florence because I don't think that would be a welcome place to be, or with Sir Lynn Corbray. So, sort of not too many places, right? Because that's like two different tables, right?
Yeah, there's kind of the Stormland and Reach table is kind of one side of the room. Basically, all Vale is the other side of the room, and several members of the Vale contingent are out in the garden with Vannon. So it's a little empty. It's Littlefinger, Lynn Corbray, and Sir Michael sitting there, and then it's Miranda and Maya, and where the lot of you have been sitting.
Where is Sir Garland?
Sir Garland is over at the Reach table, not terribly far from the Florence, because the Florence are bannermen of the Reach, and that sort of.
Yeah, I'll try to get on the opposite side of the end of the Florence, closer to Sir Garland's.
Sure, you can have a seat. There's Sir Garland and Sir Parman Crane and Lady Mary Crane, Meredith.
Okay.
They're sitting there kind of next to the Florence, but you can sit on like the other side of the Cranes and Garland. You know what I mean? So
I'll do that.
All right, give me 1 second as I just update my little notes. Luke, I'm assuming that you are going to hang out with Miranda.
Yeah, I guess we'll hang out at least a little bit longer, and find a table somewhere. If she's going back to her table, Luke will follow. If not, then Luke will probably head towards where the rest of his siblings are.
She will head back to her table, casting a bit of a worried glance at Maya because she got left alone. And she feels a bit guilty for abandoning her friend. But yeah, so she will lead you over with a bit of a tug on your hand.
Okay.
To head back to your seats. So the second main course makes its appearance, its arrival, and these are venison pies, cooked in a golden and flaky crust, and the inside of the pies are filled with carrots, bacon, mushrooms, and leeks in a rich brown gravy. So yeah, everybody gets their own little pie that is just the right size and cooked to perfection. And you notice actually the servants are weaving and not making beelines to the nearest table. And you notice that some of the servants are actually kind of milling around as you guys are deciding where to go. And then as you get your pie, you notice that each of the pies has your house sigil, decorated on the top of it in like a second little thing of pastry. A cutout is on top of each pie.
All right.
You know that Ash has been making these foods afterwards, and so you have to add that so that it's like exponentially more difficult to recreate this, right?
Yeah. Well, and I also
Ash, you cook it, I'll render it.
There you go.
So
I know do the food-based fan art.
Yeah. So venison pies with bacon, mushrooms, carrots, and leeks. With a little, like a cookie cutter cutout type of thing of each little sigil. It's recognizable on top as a lighter bake. And of course, more of the thick black beer or the pale yellow lager or the Tyroshi pear brandy. Pear brandy.
Pear brandy.
Pear brandy.
Pear brandy.
That's what
Rusty?
everyone gets. Yeah.
As we go to sit down, Luke will kind of whisper to Miranda, I prefer to retire for the evening. However, I'd rather your friend be taken care of first.
Indeed, it's terribly thoughtful of you. You can take care of me later. Saucy wink.
Saucy
wink. Does she say that?
She doesn't say saucy wink.
She says the stage notes.
I do that in real life.
And exit stage left.
It works more often than you'd think in real life, which is why Felicia is blushing right now. But no, she does not say saucy wink out loud.
But yeah, Luke has a genuine concern for making sure she's not left alone and, just
vulnerable.
Being a sad sack by herself.
Oh.
Well, it's a good thing that you lot sat down when and where you did. Because as Maya is digging heartily in to her meat pie that has the House Aaron sigil, she is a sworn retainer of the, Lord of the Vale of Aaron. And she's like, yeah, fuck yeah, meat pie, let's do this. Right? She's digging in absolutely unabashed, not highborn fashion. A shadow falls over her, and Michael Redfort has cut the Redfort sigil out of the top of his pie, and he's standing over her, weaving just a little. You can tell he is in his cups, and he goes, "Here," and he tosses the little Redfort sigil from his meat pie onto her plate, and he goes, "Perhaps if you got another taste, you'd stop mooning at me all night and leave me alone instead of pestering me like you've been all week. So here, Feast and leave
Sir.
me be.
Sir, your tone needs to be watched.
Oh.
He bleary-eyedly kind of drags his gaze across the table and gives you a glower. Huh, filling in for the blackfish because the old man wandered away? Pfft, you couldn't fill his boots if you borrowed another man's feet. Not
If
scared
the-
of you.
Old man is required to have basic manners, then I suppose, yes, I am filling in for him. You've had a lot to drink. Why don't you sit down and take it easy?
That was entirely the plan, sir. I just wanted to deliver a message. Give the wench another taste so she'd stop pining away for it. And now, I shall away. And he gives Maya this ugly glare. She, for her part, is not looking at him.
Blame her not.
She is staring right at her venison pie. She has put down her table fork and knife and is kind of like digging her nails into her palm. Or maybe preparing to punch somebody. It's 50-50s. The learned council of maesters.
Luke is very punchable, so he's right there. Luke's gonna say, blame her not. We all have bad taste when we're young. And then he's gonna take her pie, put it aside, and slide his own to her.
He is already kind of stumbling away in arrogant, evil squire fashion back towards Lynn Corbray, who gives him a kind of predatory, approving nod, sneer, smirk, right? Like a chief bully does when somebody else bullies okay. He gives him kind of that look and casts his cat-like glaze past Michael towards the lot of you, just to look and see if anyone's going to say anything he can challenge. But yeah, Michael is gone. He is staggered back up table. Maya reaches for her fork and table knife again, lets out a big gusty sigh, and starts to very carefully cut into her new meat pie with knife and fork. Miranda,
My lady, please accept my apologies. Squires who had not yet taken the said the words from the seven, they don't always know their man.
Excellent.
Miranda scoots her chair right next to Maya's, and Maya starts eating with one hand, and you can tell that Miranda's holding her other, like, on the armrest type of, just out of line of sight, type of thing. And then Miranda goes, "Oh, and altogether too many knights don't learn their manners either," and is very pointedly trying to be light and airy, and she turns it to some veiled gossip about one of those rough-hewn other Royces. Why, he did blah, 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 blah. And, just kind of pointedly fucking grabs the wheel and, drags the, the conversation elsewhere and just turns it to ill-mannered knights and yada, yada, yada.
Luke will purposely just let it drop at that point.
Yeah.
So as not to embarrass her further.
So I hope you're happy, Ash, because that all happened because you picked 9. And I'm only saying that because I wanted to see if Ash would disconnect again. The way he did after Lady Olena was talking too saucy. I wanted to see if Adam would faint.
Well, I mean, that wasn't saucy talk, so who knows? But I mean, I'm kind of annoyed that Adam didn't see that because he would be fucking furious.
And because Adam is also kind of a squire, so he could be like, "I'm not a knight. I could pick a fight with that little bitch." Yeah.
One thing I will add is Luke was definitely not being quiet.
Oh yeah. No,
right,
so you can tell something happened, But
okay, I mean that's something then Adam will probably chase up later, like what was that all about, and then might have words with Michael about that, because that's not fucking on.
Yep.
Right?
No, I just had to give you shit because that's what your random
But
number
you know what? Fuck it.
made happen.
I won't stop at Michael, in fact, because like there's multiple people need a telling for that.
So that was our 9 and our immediate reactions to it. Anything from Bela and Reyna? Because again, Lynn Corbray is casting that kind of feline look of his down table at the lot of you, looking for reactions or rises or
my
whatever.
route from sadly leaving Sir Garland's lovely embrace to wherever I had chosen to go, does that route take me anywhere near the route that young Michael the Cad travels on his way back?
I'm afraid not. You guys are both at the other table. You know, you're now both. Well, actually, Bela is at the other table. Reyna is up at like the royal table, and this all happened like downfield
Okay.
from you.
So
Because the Lugases are mostly up at the royal table still,
right.
just kind of hanging out up there. So yeah, I mean, you guys could hear it and stuff, but I just, in case Bela's gonna throw a fucking knife or something with I don't want to assume anything and move on.
I wanted to kind of cross paths with him and accidentally contribute.
Bill is definitely very perturbed by all this. She's pretty upset, but she knows where she is and to not do anything here.
Yeah, nobody's.
It-
All right.
Say it's clear in the room who the offending party was in this. I don't need to add my name to that list.
And you can all see as Michael sits back down, Lynn Corbray is pouring him some more of the pear brandy, and sliding the tankard or whatever to him. So it looks like he's been fed the strong stuff most of the night and kind of egged on. So that was the kind of awkwardness to come from the innocent selection of the number 9.
Just so we're clear, it's frowned upon murdering a squire, right? Like that's not.
Yeah,
cool.
no, it still counts as murder. Yeah.
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 Murdering a little boy means it's still murder.
Yeah, but have you met little boys?
And I mean, Raina got away with it earlier this
Yeah,
week.
see?
That's me.
So,
He might have
So-
died from my wounds, or might not have.
Hey,
Raina.
No, it's equal parts.
Exactly. It's been confirmed she only half killed him.
Yeah, exactly half.
so backtracking to our 18, there's some forced good cheer is brought back into the air as everybody's getting a good couple of bites into their venison. Young Mary Crane, Meredith Crane of Red Lake in the Reach, she stands up and she lifts her flagon, and she kind of daringly actually like puts one foot up on her seat, like she's thinking about climbing up onto the chair. But she's still just kind of striking a dashing pose, and she lifts her drink real high and she goes, to the meat pies made after the hunt, led by my brother, Sir Parman Crane, the pride of Red Lake. Here's to every deer in the Kingswood, but especially the slow ones.
Jeez.
Here, to the slow deer, and to the quicker deer who yet remain.
Whey.
So the toast is good-naturedly returned by all and sundry.
Although Luke doesn't actually have a Popeye, he gave this up.
Yeah, and even the Reach Knights have to kind of brighten up because it is some pride of the Reach to them that some Reach Knights went hunting with King Robert earlier, and so even the Florence are kind of relaxing a little bit, and that sort of thing, from all that. And then Sir Garland the Gallant stands up after giving Bela a very kind of squire-ish younger man's wink. And he stands up and he puts one foot up on his chair and then kind of leans down on his knee, very clearly striking a pose, and also kind of normalizing the otherwise perhaps risque bared ankle and calf of Mary, who's something of a neighbor of his. And he goes, and a toast to the slowest stag of all, King Robert, our host, who is weighed down by his good cheer and generosity.
Yeah.
And like it hangs there like for a half tick. It's quiet, and then Robert goes, and slaps his belly and raises his own glass, and it's allowed for everybody to find it funny after that. But Robert just fucking cracks up at it. You think it just took him a half second because he's been drinking pretty heavily, but it takes him a tick to kind of get the joke. And but he roars louder laughter than anyone else. Nathan Lucas up there next to you, Raina, lifts his glass, almost splashes you with it, with the enthusiasm that he throws his arm up with for both of the toasts. So you're dangerously within the splash zone there. But yeah, just everybody seems to be very pointedly refilling the room with good cheer to make up for the malevolent tone and the rude disruption of the drunken Michael Redfort at the urging of the sinister Lynn Corbray. So, what other conversating are we up to, goodly folk of the feast?
I'm practicing being friendly. It may not work.
Orton Lugas acknowledges you when you arrive. Nathan Lugas kind of doesn't. He's just busy and distracted and drunk. But Orton, who's only seems to have been sipping at some wine all night, he gives you a polite smile, and he sketches you a bow. He goes, Lady Raina, it's good to... And then Norton cuts him off. He goes, ah, look at you, boy, finding your bowls. Got that blonde wench back in the green tree wrapped around your little finger. And you killed a man in the woods this week. And now here you are, talking to women while stone sober. This week's made a man of you, son.
Goodness
Wow.
Orton bites down his response, and just kind of gives you a long-suffering look. Marita laughs because she tends to laugh at mean things. What about Raina? Any response from you?
Well,
How hard are you trying to still be in good cheer?
I will. I will half quarter-heartedly chuckle.
Wow,
Gotcha.
that little.
and have a next to the youngest Lucas,
Orton, yeah.
Orton. Just kind of lean over towards him and smile and be like, did he try to embarrass you over this blonde woman while she was present?
She was a working girl. They're not for talking to Nathan. Even less so than most women.
Well, I am empathetic. I understand that it is difficult to spend a lot of time with someone you may not know as well as you're supposed to. Does your brother often pardon me, but Lucas it up like this?
No, only every chance he gets.
Also, Lucas is a verb now.
And you're the youngest.
Indeed.
Have they? What are your plans?
Well, I thought I'd wager on your team in the melee and hopefully leave with a bit of the coin that I hear you lot have been making all week. It would seem the Nymaryans lead a charmed existence in King's Landing, perhaps making up for lost time.
Perhaps, yes. We definitely have come here with making friends and being successful without being threatening.
Well, it seems you've at least made some friends. He gives a rather pointed glance down table to where the Lady Olena is sitting.
I don't think we earned that. I think that my grandfather earned that friendship. And we are reaping the benefit.
Well, those are the best friends to have. The ones that don't require quite as much work.
Correct.
I don't think you had to drag her with you into the Kingswood to kill any robber knights, at least. Though I'd pity the robber knight that met her.
I also. I can't even imagine. That was quite an adventure, though.
He lets out a bit of a sigh. I'd rather not dwell on it too much while we've got this delicious pie in front of us.
Huh. Fair. Not a problem. Do you, I struggle at this point because I'm out of conversational topic. So I just stopped talking.
That is fair.
And gossip about other people.
And, you know, there's
I'm
plenty
very
of...
gossipable.
Uh-huh.
There's plenty
I-
of good food to be eating, you know.
We could take the Bob approach of, what think you, my lord of love?
Good luck. Well, I will eat and drink. Mostly drink.
All right. What about Bela over there with Sir Garland, Sir Parman, and young Mary? Any particular conversating going on over there with your delicious venison pies and beverages of choice?
Yeah, so I want to sort of regale in the topic of the joust and the fight that I had with Sir Garland, kind of, you know, kind of like fighter pilots that talk about like dogfights and that kind of stuff, like people in combat just talking about the fight they just had. So like, oh, that was an amazing hit you got on me, knocked me right off my horse, clean.
Well, in your defense, you've a bit less mass behind the shield than most of the folk I practice against, and your own lances were accurate enough considering the state of your hands. And he pointedly glances down at the wound that you are still nursing, or at least you certainly were at the time of the fight. I don't recall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it still stings a little bit, but I think it should be fine for the melee tomorrow. I'm hoping.
Glad to hear it. Nothing broken then. It was a nasty hit, and not exactly well played on Sir Merrin's part, especially knowing you were signed up for the melee later in the week. And he gives the slightest of a disapproving frown.
Well, it was a good fight anyhow. I did manage to beat him twice. And
Indeed.
It's its own reward, in a way.
And one I get to profit from. If I beat a knight that beat a knight of the King's Guard, well, I get a slice of that pie myself. So I thank you for it, Lady Bela.
It was my pleasure. Maybe sometimes you could give me some tips on how to stay in the saddle a little bit better for the jousts.
Well, You could simply watch the day after tomorrow and see how I beat Bronzeal.
I don't think I shall miss it.
Mary Crane kind of leans over and puts a hand on your arm, like hesitantly, but then kind of draws it back and then puts it back to lean in, and she goes, "It is just ever so brave of you to be out there fighting. I sometimes I think you Dornish girls are lucky."
Yeah, maybe a little bit of luck, but we follow our passion, and I really like to get in there, just like the boys, and show that we can do this too.
Well, indeed you could, and you showed several of them that. And I had ever such a fine time in the writing contest, even after my brother, and she pouts across the table at him, even after my brother told me I shouldn't. But Miranda and I, we kept up plenty fine, and, well, I imagine that hitting someone with a stick would just be ever so cathartic sometimes.
Yes, you can really take out your stress by hitting people with sticks. It's a lot of fun.
Parman, stress ages. Perhaps if I could take out my stress, you wouldn't need to be working so hard at finding me a match. And she glances kind of doe-eyed at Sir Garland, especially when you know all the best ones are taken, Parman. Sir Parman Crane is leaning over, kind of chatting with the Florence, talking about the hunt where he helped bring down one of the stags. And he's just like, yes. Like he clearly gets a lot of her kind of good-natured teasing day in, day out for all of their fucking lives ever. He's content, just like it's water off a duck's back. And he's like, yes, fine. Just take her hawking if you'd like to. It's fine. It's good. Yes. So then, blah, 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 like he does not paying any attention to what his sister is giving him crap for. And then she's like, oh, excellent. We'll have to go hawking sometime. And then perhaps she can teach me sword play. And then we'll flee to Essos and be sellswords together. Quite right, Parman. Doesn't that sound fun? And he's like, yes, the venison pie, delicious, yes. And just like, he is absolutely not listening. Sir Garland is like politely hiding a smile at the expense of one of his sworn knights, but he's looking, very pleased with the bit of mild prank. And Mary's like, and then after we're famously rich, we'll take over the mercenary unit we've created, and instead we'll turn the lot of them into a brothel. Yes, the two of us will run all those sweaty young men, and we'll just get even richer off their blah, blah, blah. And she just keeps going. He's like, yes, do what you like. Yes, you did smashingly in the writing contest. And like she just keeps going.
If you do that, Adam wants in on that. Bookkeeping.
It's true.
I can make it work.
We'll need a bookkeeper. But so like their area of land is known for horses, right? They have some really good breeds of horses that come from that area. Is that true?
Basically all of the reach, yes. Off the top of my head, I don't think that House Crane is particularly so. But yes, generally speaking,
the horse people.
It's just kind of anyone from the reach kind of has a bit of a rep
what's
for
the
that.
Name of that breed that comes from there?
They don't.
House Fossaway.
Yeah, House Fossaway is particularly known for it. The Arbor, despite also being fantastic sailors, much like they're very proud of their wine, but like it's really kind of any house in the reach likes to brag about, oh yes, the Crane coursers, or like
it's
everybody
not like,
likes to.
Dorne has the Sun Steeds.
Yeah, it's not quite like the Sand. Not quite like the Sand Steeds of Dorne.
Sandsteed, yeah.
Coursers and Destriers and Palfreys, and like they're all kind of found everywhere else. It's
like,
not.
They're not breeds. They're more like the sort of class it's like how
Yeah.
heavy they are and things like that.
Okay.
But you'll still hear people bragging. You know, there's still like a master of horse for like every, and a lot of reach horses take it, very seriously, and like they made a big deal that the huge Blood Bay Castle Forged Destrier, that's the reward for the winner of the joust, that's coming from the stables of House Tyrell, and that so it's still kind of a known thing. The Sand Steed, that was the prize for the horsemanship contest, came from the stables of House Dane. So there's still, among people with a lot of animal handling and stuff like that, I'm sure that there are absolutely still like name brand type of lineages of horses, that type of thing. So it's not at all uncommon to just say like, oh yes, it's a courser from the stables of House Crane, and there surely have been some fine coursers coming from their stable. It's a safe topic of flattery among any reach house. Yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is that I think when ask them about the horses a bit. So in Dorne we have our sand steeds are pretty noted horses, but I hear really great things about the horses that come out of the Reach. Maybe I could, with some of my winnings, take a few of your horses back with me.
The Sir Imry Florent has decided to start paying attention to the Dornish rabble at his table. And he goes, "Oh, how novel that a Dornish woman would pay for a horse instead of Dornish raiders simply taking them, or needing examples of our horsemanship very up close and personally."
Yes, how strange. So anyhow, and I'll turn back to to Sir Garland and Mary Crane.
Nice.
And Parman gives Sir Imry kind of a disapproving look, like, "Hey man, be cool. Like she's being nice. Like what are you doing? But Airfort just huffs and pointedly turns away. But Mary says, "Oh yes, I was riding one of our horses in the contest just the other day, and you were a bit ahead of me, but," and she kind of sits up, "I think I held my own, and yes, of course, I believe we brought some extra. I'd be ever so glad to let you buy some."
It'd be great. I know our stable master back home would be really excited to use these to help train some of our soldiers and potentially even crossbreed maybe at some point.
Oh, indeed. I've heard it say that some of our horses have some Dornish blood in them. That's why they're so swift. And perhaps with some proper reach breeding mixed in with your horses, they could be stronger. If you'd like, you and perhaps your sister, or your brothers, or all of you, you could come hawking. We needn't go all the way to Essos to fill a bordello with sellswords if you don't want to. But later in the tourney, I would love to go hawking or riding with you, and you could sample the horse flesh before you buy any.
Yeah, that would be a really good time. We should do that.
That would be a really good time. Love it.
I've heard you lot are fighting in the melee, so I'm sure that you're busy tomorrow. And then, of course, none of us are going to miss Garland trouncing that brute from the Vale. But maybe before the joust finals, or later that afternoon, or the day after. But certainly before we all leave King's Landing.
Indeed.
And she kind of sits up and claps her hands. Excellent.
These girls.
So she looks happy.
Oh, we've made friends.
Good job.
what's Adam up to at the other end of that table? Because Bela's kind of at the high end, sitting by Garland, and you're way down at the low end, where Oris and Lothar Brune, who are the only two not knights there, they're way at the far end of the Reach and Stormland table. And Oris is digging into his sigil-less venison pie with gusto, and he has soundly beaten it. It has lost this fight. But what's Adam up to down there?
Well, I mean, I don't think I've met Lothar Brune before, so introduce myself first, I guess.
He stops eating, watches his mouth full down, wipes his hand on his tunic because he's got his good manners on, and then he reaches across the table to shake. They are the calloused hands and scarred knuckles of a career fighting man.
Is he someone's squire?
No, he is a sellsword. He's just a free blade.
Right, okay.
Not knighted. He's distant kin to House Brune of Brown Hollow, which are in the under Stannis Baratheon's realm. They're up in the Crown Lands, up there on the peninsula near Dragonstone. They're like a creepy little backwoods first men type of house, and he's like distant kin to them. He doesn't, claim knighthood or anything like that. He's just kind of like the younger Kettle Black boys, or the eldest Kettle Black here. He's just a sellsword, or kind of the Red Priest Thoros of Myr. He's just a grizzled fighting man that's here for the melee.
Sure.
And because it's King Robert, he's still got an invitation to dinner. He's an older fellow, you'd say late 40s, maybe early 50s.
Right, okay. I remember now.
Yeah, nose has been broken a few times. Salty, kind of steel gray, salt and pepper hair. Not a bad looking fella, but very much a career fighting man. In like a modern war movie, he's like the top ranked enlisted dude in the infantry platoon. You know what I mean? Like he's that guy.
He'll never make officer class, but he's like a stalwart.
Yeah, because he works for a living. So he reaches across the table and gives you a shake and just says, Lothar Brune, good to meet you, sir.
Oh, I'm not a knight, but thank you. Nice to meet you.
My lord. And then he goes back to his meat pie.
That's fine. I'm happy to leave him to it. He's not who I'm here for. So, Oris, are you enjoying it so far?
Oris is swiping the bottom of his meat pie dish. And suckles his finger. That's good.
I think I have my answer anyway.
And there's black beer is good, and they keep bringing it.
Yeah, well, that's how it is at a feast. You can have as much as you want, pretty much. Well, as much as you can manage.
Which is more than I think they expect. And he and Lothar toast, and like they touch glasses, and then he drinks, and you get the feeling the two of them have been smug about it all night, like just doing work. They're like, we pay our taxes. And he gives you a look, and he goes, I saw you dancing. Was she mean?
No, not at all. Lady Olena's... Oh. The thorny briar hides the most beautiful rose within.
Aww.
I'm saying it kind of jokingly, but I mean, also I'm like, she's my friend now.
Yeah, he gives you a good-natured elbow that almost knocks you out of your chair, and he nods over to Lothar and he goes, "Poet, this one."
Oh, okay. I saw Sir Barristan come in earlier. Doesn't he just cut the finest figure of a knight?
Oris washes down another mouthful of stout. He goes, I heard stories of him from Sir Willem. Saw him fight at the Trident, he said. Yeah, the white cloak used to mean something, Sir Willem always said. Not, nah. And he casts a glance over to the other side of the room where Boris Blunt and Marin Trant are flanking the door.
Fair.
It's not like this lot.
Well, let's just not tar them all with the same brush, but yes, there are some. Well, I suppose Sir Will probably told you this as well, that not all who bear the title of knight are worthy of it.
Well, yeah, and I met plenty of twats with fancy spurs, but if you wear the white cloak, you're supposed to be. I mean, it's double the wrong when they're not.
I agree. I agree very much. Unfortunately, well, I don't know what put him where he is. There may be politics involved. But I try to take some heart that there are more good men in the world than bad ones. And it's important then to try and be one of them.
Oris gives you a skeptical look. I'll agree with the last bit, but not that taking heart bit. I think maybe I've met more men than you.
Probably. And, well, I suppose you have a very different life experience. Not like that, you oaf.
But no, I mean, I
Give
have.
him like a little playful shove.
A little snort. Oh.
This is the third time I've ever been inside a keep. I think our experience have been just a little different, my lord.
Don't make fun of me.
Well, I didn't mean nothing by it. I'm just saying. Of course they've been different. You're castle folk.
Well, I mean, then why don't you help me understand what things do you? What's meaningful to you, Oris? What do you really care about? What do you want from life?
You gonna eat your meat pie?
I'm just gonna. Is that your answer?
I mean, right now it is. It's sitting there. You haven't touched it, and it was good. Had bacon.
I'll get to it in a minute once I hear your answer.
I mean, I guess that kind of is me answer. I just eat what I can when I can, drink what I can when I can, hit who I have to when I can make some money for it, and not getting into trouble or nothing. Just
I don't believe.
Figure this week's about the best week I've ever had. You lot let me tilt. I got to knock some highborn, castleborn sorts on their arses. Made more money I thought I'd ever see, and now I get to eat a whole bunch.
Well,
Nothing.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying that, but I don't believe that that's everything. I saw the way you straightened up when Sir Barristan walked in the room. I think that
Don't know what you mean.
I think that you.
He hunches again, like he does the Oris sit when you mention it. Like he makes a point of kind of hunching over his food and kind of playing it down like he tends to. But continue. Just while you're talking, he does that.
It's all right to aspire to greater things, Oris. It's not something to be embarrassed about. And the good thing about knighthood is you can achieve it no matter where you've come from.
I mean, it's supposed to be, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, I want to get my spurs one of these days, and Sir Willem keeps telling me soon and soon and soon, and well, I don't know if he's not mad at me for this week, which he probably is, and if his fat fucking heart doesn't explode out of his chest when he hears what you lot let me do, which it probably will, then I figure he'll either curse me or give me spurs for it, and we'll just see how things go, I suppose. But in the meantime, I got the rest of the week to enjoy, and I get to fight some more castle folk tomorrow and maybe win some more money, and I got the rest of the night to eat stuff, so I'm pretty content, my lord.
Why do you think he would be angry?
Well, you lot had me doing everything he ever told me not to do, except for fucking some bastard in his own belly. I mean, he told me never come to King's Landing. Here I am. He told me to, never fight when it could be helped, and I did. He told me not to tilt, and I did that. And he told me never to piss off the highborn castle folk, and I trounced the squire of every highborn twat with a title in front of his name. Except I think that treasurer folk ain't got a squire, but yeah, I did everything he ever told me not to do. So I figure I might as well keep eating my fill and getting drunk before it's time to go home and face that executioner's axe.
Well, you're not going to be executed. Don't be silly. I mean, well, I suppose it is the role of many sons to rebel against their fathers. But I think it is out of attachment to you that he might have perhaps tried to shield you from some of the harsher things in the world. But I think he's going to be incredibly proud of you.
He always said it was just stuff I wouldn't understand, and I always figured he was right.
Well, he was.
But either way, I don't have to worry about it till we get home.
No, well, that's true of a lot of things. We don't have to worry about a lot of things, but well, certainly not tonight anyway. And for what it's worth, all of us are very proud of you. I am very proud of you.
Oh, would you won stuff too, and
we're not talking about you. We're talking about you, Horace.
I just found something I'm good at. That's all.
Well, that's a good thing. There's plenty of people who are completely incompetent yet keep doing things that they're rubbish at.
It's true.
Yeah. I'm glad you're having a good time.
He gives us just got a good-natured nod, like yep, living it up.
Well, I'm going to. Adam will, just wedge off the wyvern sigil from his pie and, nudge it onto Horace's plate. Aww. You're one of us.
Oh, well, now I feel bad for eating it.
Don't feel bad.
I mean, if I'd known you were going to do it, I might have held on to my pie until you could put the little, like a crown on top of it.
Goodness, you worry almost as much as I do, or it's just eat it.
Yeah, he gobbles it down.
And I'm going to need to move on and talk to more people after this, but I would like to speak with you in private later about something, if that's all right. After all this.
You want me to fight that Red Fort boy?
What?
I mean,
no.
I already beat him once. We're both squires. It wouldn't be mishonorable if I run him through or something, not like if one of your sisters did. Squires brawl all the time.
No, I did notice that there's something going on there, but I'll that's in hand. I'll
have him killed Adam.
All right. Well, I mean, whatever else it is, then sure. I guess we could talk later.
Good. I'll get on with eating and let them. Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Thanks for letting me be one of you for the week.
It's not just for the week, Horace.
Did you decide for sure what you're doing with the rest of your pie?
I'm going to eat the rest of this, Horace, so get your eyes off it.
All right.
Cheers.
Nice.
I'm going on the
All
pear brandy
right.
after this. Are you up for it?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm going on the pear brandy after this. Are you up for it?
Every other glass I've had tonight's been the brandy.
Really?
Oh.
It's good.
Nice.
All right. Any other particular conversations for the second main course? Or is everybody content to wolf down their venison pie?
Gonna eat.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I am content.
I'm overcome
All
with
right
gluttonous
then.
plenty.
Well, just as everybody finishes that last flaky, golden, brown, buttery crust bite of venison pie, or uses it to scoop up the last of the thick, greasy gravy deliciousness, the dessert course is served. And you can hear Robert chuckling, pleased to himself, up there at the royal table. Some of you hear it more clearly than others because you're at the royal table. And the smell of sweet cinnamon and baked apples fills the air as servants bring out the first platters of desserts. It's baked Fossaway apples, quartered and cooked in cinnamon and honey. It's iced milk sweetened with honey from Beesbury Lands. It's iced blueberries in sweet yellow cream. And then it's finished off with goblets of mulled wines, thick and rich with cinnamon and honey. The dessert
Oh.
course is upon you.
Right.
And chat, I'm almost out of numbers, so you don't need to pick because I've got the last couple free ones. So I'm just going to do them in order this time because we are all out of our 1 to 30 courses and our 1 to 30 NPCs. Qatar, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you later. Ash, what you got?
Well, I was just going to say that I am going to be moving places between courses. I'm going to be rejoining my right. Oh, actually, like I was going to say rejoining my siblings, but I think they're a bit separated right now.
They are a bit scattered. Raina, are you staying up at the royal table with Orton, Nathan, and Marita?
Probably not.
Okay, so she might be also in transit. Bela hanging out with Sir Garland and the Cranes. Is that likely to continue, or are you going to go mix and mingle?
I will politely excuse myself and then return to where the two young ladies are sitting and Luke Harris.
Maya and Miranda and Lucaris. Okay.
Indeed.
Okay, so what I was going to do is I was going to go and sit with Luke and Miranda and Maya, but I was going to go via Michael and Lynn and like. Well, I was kind of going to go to like. Luke
Gonna go
and
start some shit on your
I
way.
was going to do yeah. Well, I was going to. Well, I don't know. Like, did I see everything and hear everything that happened?
I mean, you could see that he went down there clearly drunk. He said some stuff a little too loud. Lucaris had to talk him away. He
Right.
kind of huffed back. You couldn't maybe make out the exact words, but you got the gist of it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to go and sit with them, but like I'm going via Michael and Lynn.
Okay.
So
I will return to the same area as because I like those girls and they're fun.
Rusty, I do want to add real quick. If at all possible, Luke has strategically put out 1 or 2 of the torches in this area, so it's a little darker in this area.
It's kind of hard to put out torches. You could have snuffed out a candle or 2 at the table, but the torches, it's kind of hard to delicately and subtly put out a torch hanging on a wall.
bit of mood lighting.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fair enough.
Get out of here, Paige. Drop that torch. Fuck off. Like you're not doing that. But a couple of the candles up at the table. You could dip your fingers in some gravy or something real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are out.
For the record, Raina, if you're making your way down to the Vale contingent, that you lot have been socializing with,
Yes.
you're also going to be heading by the head of the Vale contingent with Lynn and Michael, and you and Adam could get there at about the same time or something if you both wanted to make some snide comments in passing or spill a drink or whatever you've got planned.
I'm gonna let Adam take point on this, but I am going to like deliberately loiter just in case.
Just outside earshot. Okay.
Yeah.
I am
Well-
so scared, but this is
We are going to cut to a commercial break as the camera shows Adam walking in slow motion towards Lynn Corbray and the drunken Michael Redfort, because we're going to take our mid-show break. So everybody just pine away for the delicious desserts that are waiting you on the other end of this 10-minute break. And we'll see you all when you get back in a couple minutes. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We have returned from our quick breaks in order to tantalizingly taunt and tease one another with various delicious baked goods. I just want to point out, for those of you that got here a little bit late, and or because we had some tech issues earlier, I don't know if you've noticed the slideshow going on down in the corner of the stream, but some of those pictures are artwork of our awesome characters, but some of them are photos of the food that Ash prepared this week. That's Adam's player. He made during the week 6 different dishes from the feast so far. He veganified them and then fixed them and then shared the pictures with us on Facebook and stuff. So earlier courses of the feast, the bread with all the various dipping vinegars and yada yada yada, just all that deliciousness.
Everything was really good.
Yeah, so we were getting each other back a little bit, but then Ash went ahead and made cupcakes today and was eating them. It was my birthday yesterday, so I had to show off the chocolate cake explosion that I got at my local Kroger's. So we were all just spending most of the break being mean to one another. Those of us that had chocolate were lording it over those that don't have chocolate in, frankly, a very Westerosi fashion. So if anybody asks, it was all just commentary on the innate unfairness of medieval hierarchy systems and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, totally
So-
deep social commentary.
Yes, absolutely. That's what everyone's here for. But we are all back from the break now. And when we left off about 10 and a half minutes ago, young Adam Nymaryen was making his way across the room to do some social chastisement of the momentarily drunken and churlish young Michael Redfort. For those that have missed any of the last few episodes or may have just not noticed the pattern, young Maya Stone has been kind of pining away from Michael all week, looking at him, cheering him on in the lists, and just getting absolutely ignored by him. And finally, he was drunk and sassy enough that he made his way down the table, talked some shit about giving her another taste, and gave him the little baked pie crust sigil of his house while telling her to leave him alone and stop bothering him here in King's Landing and away from the relative privacy of the Vale. So, young Adam overheard some of that, picked up on what was going on, and has decided to give the normally dashing Michael Redfort a piece of his mind. So we're going to cut back from our commercial interlude as Adam approaches the table.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go into it. Michael, just like to get his attention.
Kick his ass, Adam.
What?
I object to the way you treated Maya Stone there. Just because a woman is lowborn, does not give you any excuse to treat her with disrespect. It is not how one treats one's equals that informs a man's character, but how he treats those who can do nothing for him. And you have shown yourself to be lacking. I have generally found it that men who...
She
Shut
could
up, I
already
have not
do
finished
something
speaking.
for me.
I
And she already did it.
have not finished speaking, you oaf. I have generally found that men who are so blasé about the hearts of women are masking a sorrow in their own hearts. You should take a long, hard look at yourself. Unacceptable. When someone has the courage to hold out their heart to you, a good man does not stamp on it. And then he turns his look to Lynn. And you,
Sir Lynn Corbray is languidly lounging again. Perhaps because he saw you coming. Perhaps he just always sits like that but he's kind of sprawled out in the chair again, not quite using the armrest and back the way they're supposed to be, just kind of turned all sideways and sprawling out like he's on some associate couch in his tight black leather pants and
and I'm not saying that's not nice.
his tunic's perhaps due to the stifling heat of the ongoing feast, his tunic has come dashingly unfastened.
How dare you steal my move?
But I'm sorry, you were saying something.
Shut up. Yeah. Like Adam has had enough to drink that like he has definitely noticed that, but he's on a mission. And you, Serlin, I was developing a degree of respect for you, but I am appalled that you would encourage such ungallant behavior in your squire. You should know better.
Oh.
Good night, sirs. And I'm going to start leaving.
I will endeavor to not lose sleep tonight that the fourth born of a Dornish house does not approve of me and my squire. Good evening.
Kindly get fucked, sir.
Damn!
You hear a from the royal table, and then you hear a snort from a bit off camera, off to one side, as the Blackfish is standing there with his arms crossed, and you can see Sir Vannon has that middle-aged woman on his arm and is walking her back to the seats 10 feet away, and a few paces away is the patriarch of the Kettle Black clan. But you hear a very indelicate snort from the Blackfish. He goes, "Well, I heard there was spiced apples, but I suppose that's not the only delectable taste that we may have been missing this evening. Come on, lad." And he tosses his head towards Adam and steers you down the table.
Oh, I will be glad to join him then, because I was already Adam was going to be escaping once he'd said his piece because he's actually fucking terrified, and is now even more terrified that he has just basically let himself tell someone to get fucked when he doesn't normally do that. So yeah, he's absolutely going to flee under the wing of someone much bigger and stronger than him.
So the Blackfish will guide you not far from where you guys were already sitting. He gives Luke a smack on the shoulder and just a little bit too hard of a squeeze. He goes, "Thanks for looking after him while I was away, lad." And then he has a seat. And he makes a big show of like grabbing a napkin from the table and tucking it up in his shirt. And he starts digging in on the apples. He goes, "So, what was that all about?" And just a good, like a rowdy younger grandfather type of vibe. That's kind of what you get from him. But he's just like, yeah, so he's digging in on some apples and just wants in on what he missed.
Luke is wide-eyed about all this.
Am I within earshot of those two now that I've fled, or are we still close?
There's a good like 6 or 7 people sitting between you now. Like they're back up at that end of the table, you're down at this end, and you two are kind of on the far end. So it's kind of like you opposite the Blackfish, then like, Luke, open chairs where your sisters have been coming and going. I'm not sure if Reyna, did she come and sit down eventually?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, Luke and Bela, Miranda, Reyna, Maya Stone, empty seats, the Kettle Blacks, and then Lynn Corbray and Maya.
Right.
So like there's a lot of table talk, if you want
Yeah,
to be heard, you can. If
No,
you
no, no,
don't,
no, no,
you
no, no,
don't,
no,
you
no,
know.
no, no.
Oh no, I didn't think you did. I was just saying, like you could if you wanted.
Yeah,
I knew
I think,
I
like,
knew that Adam would err on the side of not wanting to be heard. But yeah,
yeah. I mean, he's just gone from being very like all of that. Like, I think the whole room probably heard it. But once he sat down, he's probably just realised what he's just said and kind of gone, oh shit. I'm not sure what just happened, sir. I was speaking. I believe I was speaking on behalf of the lady's honour. I might have taken it a little too far.
well, I'm sure it wasn't Corbray himself that pissed you off if 'twas a lady's honor at stake, which means it was Redfort. And if it was Redfort in a lady's honor, I think I know the honor that it was in. Sorry, out of character. I'm trying to think of a way to phrase it. The honor that was being insulted. So I'll thank you for stepping in for me as I took the air. The Lady
The Squire
Miles,
had acted most discourteously.
Yes,
indeed.
he was very rude to her, and well, I may have also chastised his knight for encouraging such behaviour.
And he's got like a whole like a quarter of a, and these apples are huge. Like Fossaway apples don't play. It's like part of the reason that Sir Garland married her was the size of her apples. But he's got like this, like a whole quarter of an apple, speared on the end of his fork, and he chomps on half of it and goes, "Maya, do you want me to challenge him? No? All right." Just casually raises his voice enough that everybody can hear it, and then just goes back to chomping on his apple.
Oh. Yep. Well, it may have been over the top a little, Adam, but I am very proud of you. You've come a long way this week.
Thank you. It's just not right.
Well,
I agree.
You know, even if the person, you know, even if you don't return someone's affections, you should at least be polite about it.
The problem here is that he did, while it was only in the Vale. He's one of those sorts that doesn't mind someone's company in a stable, but once they're done tumbling in the hay, suddenly decorum matters again. Lots of young men are like that.
Well,
All too many.
I think they're idiots for doing that.
Most of them are, yes. Most young men, I mean. Just about something.
I've clearly
about-
had too much to drink. I would not have talked like that normally. Is there any more?
Especially not to Michael Redfort and Lynn Corbray. Much less both of them at the same time. Especially, young man. He goes, especially, young man, if it might not be you and your steel that has to answer them.
Oh shit! Do you think? Fuck.
Your mouth may have sworn certain oaths that your ass cannot keep. That said, that's what your siblings are for.
Indeed. I don't think you're enrolled in the melee tomorrow, are you, young lord?
No, I'm not suicidal.
Yes, but your siblings are. Enrolled, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not,
You are not incorrect, sir.
Oh, speaking of which, good to meet the lot of you again. I already spoke to your ward. He's told me nothing but good things about you, what little he had to say while he wasn't otherwise engaged.
It's a pleasure to meet
that.
Thank you for keeping an eye on Maya and Miranda while I was away. I would have hated to have ridden all this way to King's Landing and then been remiss in my duties and let word of it reach the ears of John Aaron. But he doesn't seem to be cross at me just this moment. In fact, he seems engrossed in something else entirely. which means my lackadaisy attitude towards my chaperoning duties couldn't have caused too much trouble. Sure enough, up at the royal table, you see that Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon are once again putting their heads together, and they're not wolfing down the dessert course. Oh, in fact, the two of them are standing up. Oh, in fact, the two of them are making their way towards the reach table. Oh, in fact, the two of them are walking all the way down the reach table, where Lothar Brune and Oris are sitting.
Shit. Right, I'm getting up now.
Brother?
No.
Shit.
The blackfish arches one bushy eyebrow.
Fuck.
I'm gonna raise an eyebrow to Adam. If it's useful, Adam, I have armor that needs to be polished.
That would be a good idea. Oris is not very good at talking to his betters, so is probably best kept away from that.
Well, just about that time, the pair of them reach Oris and Lothar Brune. And they're not like running or they're not skulking. They're certainly not skulking. It's fucking Hand of the King and the Master of Ships. They don't skulk. And they don't look angry or anything like that. But does anybody want to head over there and see what's going on?
Yes.
I know. I heard Adam get up. I knew
up.
Adam was getting up. I just wasn't sure if anyone else wanted to run interference.
Follows.
Adam. All right.
Follows. I'm mostly backing him up because I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Right.
I promised Lady Olenna that I would personally ensure that Oris didn't get up to any trouble.
Right, but I just know that your sisters and brother also just heard you tell Sir Lyn Corbray, the most dangerous blade in the Vale, to kindly go fuck himself. Or sorry, kindly get fucked, which is kind of worse to tell Lyn Corbray. So I thought maybe
feels like a top to me.
I thought maybe one of them might have been wanting to intercept Adam. So I wanted to give folks the chance.
I don't know what all's going down, so I'm following Adam in case,
All right.
Of course, we tell Stannis to get fucked. I'm gonna just back out of here.
Right. Hey, no, I'm gonna say right now, Stannis has done nothing to make me angry, so it's fine.
Oh, okay. Good luck with that.
I mean, he's just at the Targaryen ancestral home of Dragonstone and stuff like that.
And
it was
he's no Ridley.
Yeah, I mean, he usurped the title of Master of Ships from your uncle, the Lord of Tides and Master of House Valerian, but whatever. Yeah, that's all.
My
It's
title.
not like he wasn't mean to some girl you barely know, so I'm sure it's fine.
Hey, right, he has not been ungallant, which is a thing.
I just want to point out, Adam, I can be Lord of Ships.
Yeah, and that would be great. But
I saw a boat once.
Adam wasn't even alive for the rebellion, and he's got so little personal, or intellectually knows, we should hate these people, but it's not in his heart.
I just have too much fun winding Ash up, making sure he's nice and tense before the next scene. So, go ahead, Bela.
Yeah, I was going to just look over.
Our uncle's here.
Hold on. Erica, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna look over at Rhaena and say, should you go look at this?
I'm gonna give them a chance, but I'm watching.
Don't ever do that.
Oh, this is gonna.
All right. So, as the Nymaryen brothers make their way over, Lothar Brune scoops about half of all the dessert platters onto his plate and stands up and slides down the table, making room for Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon to have seats. Oris pauses mid-bite and kind of looks up and he gulps down half an apple and he goes, listen, your graces, my lord sirs, I didn't mean nothing by none of me comments earlier. If normal castle folk are tits out at a feast, then I'm not going to judge or nothing.
Shut the fuck up.
So I don't know if disrespect was intended or nothing. And
Boris.
John Aaron chuckles a bit, which is probably the best you could hope for. Stannis just gives him a look, and then he turns to John and he goes, "I'm certain of it now." Doesn't say this, just
Fuck.
just goes, "Yes,
Oh
I'm fairly
shit, Lady
certain."
Olenna's
I'm
gonna
certain
kill
of it
me.
now.
She's gonna fucking kill me.
And John Aaron gives him one of those closed mouth smiles. Remember, he's got some pretty bad teeth that he's kind of sensitive about. And he goes, "I wonder, oh," and then he sees you two come. "Well then, I suppose there's seating aplenty for all of us." And he gives up on the supposed nicety of asking if he can have a seat. And instead, he and Stannis sit, and he gestures at the Nymaryen boys to also take seats. So now what you've got are Stannis and John Aaron on one side of the table, and you three on the other. So it feels even more interviewy. And you hear the scrape
Oh, this is so bad.
of like a wooden dish on the table as Lothar Brun just keeps on scooting. Like he's just the whole time.
No,
He
no,
just
no, no, no,
he
no, no.
moves further and further down.
You know,
He's doing
my
his
dogs
job.
do a thing when they're not supposed to be in the kitchen where they'll get at the edge and then they'll stretch and slowly put a paw forward and move a little bit. I figure that's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's just
The
he's
opposite way.
scooting on down. Sitting here at the feast in the middle of the Red Keep, in the heart of King's Landing, 20 years into the reign of King Robert Baratheon, the usurper lord that your grandfather has told you about your entire life, you now find yourselves sitting across the table from the hand of the king and King Robert's brother, who
What have we
laid
done?
siege to Dragonstone.
Lord Stannis, Lord Aaron.
My lords.
And Oris shuts up. He's like, "All right, they're here. They'll do the talking. I'm going to gulp down some iced milk rich with honey." And he's just like, "Chug, chug, chug. Get your wits back, lad." You know, he's just like, "Got to get all this dessert in before they execute me." All right, so he's just like, "I don't know what's going on. I'm just drinking everything I can reach." And his wingspan's pretty good. So he's like, "All right." John Aaron he gives both of you that small style. He goes, "Nobody look awkward. Let's just keep our voices down a bit. And generally, people don't overhear conversations at these sorts of feasts." And he gives Adam a bit of a look. Generally. So
Generally.
let's keep our tones mild and just be aware that none of us are saying anything that needs to or should be overheard. But as long as we pick our words carefully, there's no need to go for a walk in the gardens where people more overtly scheme, because
well.
scheming is unnecessary, uncalled for, and beneath us. Correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Dennis just nods his flinty-eyed assent.
With that,
Oris starts shoveling iced blueberries and sweet cream in and just nods when you guys nod. Go ahead.
with that, Lord Aaron, I assume your visit is no accident. I look at Oris and I look back at Stannis. I look back at him.
And then John Aaron nods past you to Maya Stone and also pointedly nods up towards the royal table. He goes, "That is correct. We mean the lad no harm. We just wanted to ask him a few questions about his mother." You had your hand up, Ash. What do we got?
Yeah, this is just a daft little thing. Like, is Oris like between Luke and I?
Probably not, because I described Oris as at the very end of the table. So
Okay.
it's probably like
Luke's on the
Oris.
same
then
side as Stannis and
Well,
Aaron.
actually, it's the three of you on the same side of the table. So I was thinking, I was picturing Oris, Adam, Luke,
Right.
and then
that's
opposite
fine.
you guys, Stannis.
That's fine.
So
I just want to
have the mental
as
picture
as
type of thing.
as I do not want anyone to see me do this, but I want to very, very lightly give Oris a little pat on the arm, like, I've got you.
I want to say something before anybody else can speak, so
Go ahead.
I'm going to kind of nod to both of them and say, the boy knows not. Before anyone says anything, and it's like, the boy knows not.
Oris raises his eyebrows in the middle of drinking the last of the sweet cream from his bowl of blueberries. He goes, did I do something wrong in the tourney? I beat your squire.
Oris,
I don't think Lord Stannis had a
Oris.
squire in the tourney. I don't...
No, Oris.
Sorry if I offended or something, your graces, my lord, sirs.
Oris,
one moment, please.
You haven't done anything wrong, Oris. You haven't done anything wrong.
That said, we're only concerned for his safety as well. If you have questions for him, I see no reason we should interfere. I just want to let you know what the status was before you spoke. At least you said something you did not intend to let loose.
Oris gives you two a look, and then shrugs. He goes, which one of me moms should I tell him about?
Luke is ignoring Oris. Like he's not even a fucking person.
Yeah.
Very cold.
Where Luke is kind of very much taking point on the conversation with Jon Arryn and Stannis. Adam he's definitely paying attention to that, but he's a lot more focused on trying to make Oris feel safe.
Okay. And then Luke's body position shifts to kind of expose Oris to them, kind of like, I'm not in your way.
So yeah, Oris says which of my mums should I tell him about? And Jon Arryn just gives him another kind of fatherly smile. Stannis snorts a little, just like, this is absurd. That sort of snort, not a, but Jon Arryn goes, just either of them, lad, or both.
I do want to make eye contact with Jon Arryn. I've heard good things about him. I assume he's not a child murderer, but I just want to make eye contact with him so he knows, we are concerned about this lad.
Yeah, and Jon Arryn is being pretty kindly about all of this. He's not pressing him or berating him. He's, speaking calmly and quietly. And but yeah, so then Oris just goes, I thought my mom was a flea bottom girl, and I lived with her till I was about 5, and Sir Willem come and took me, and I thought he was my dad. And then I found out back in Wyvern's Rest before we left to come to the feast. I mean, the tourney, but the feast is part of the tourney. You guys know that. You're at the feast, it's part of the tourney. Anyways, before we left, I heard from Sir Will that he weren't me dad, and that Bessie of Fleabottom weren't me mum, and that my real mum, I might meet our family here, and I should be polite and respectful. But he told me what happened to my real mum, and I figured polite and respectful could figure right off, because what they did wasn't cricket. And so I've been a bit cross with them, but not in a way that got me in any trouble, I thought. But since it's my Lord Grace, Sir Hand of the King, and the Master Ship's brother, King Robert, and it's not Bronze Yon coming at me, then I figured that's not what I'm in trouble for. So you say I'm not in trouble, but I'm supposed to answer honest on account of your Hand of the King, and this is the Red Keep, and Knight's supposed to be brave enough to speak truth. So my mom is...
always honest, Horace.
My actual mom, who I ain't ever met and probably never will, but I've just now found out she's the lady sister of Bronze John Royce, and now she's got a new name and she's off somewhere as a silent sister. That's all I got.
Oh.
So Bessie of Fleabottom didn't do nothing wrong. She didn't steal me or nothing. They give me to her, and then she raised me for all them years. But I wasn't kidnapped or nothing. So you leave her out of whatever I done.
Oh.
She'll be fine. Oris, you have my word as a knight. And Luke will say that, even though he's kind of outranked here, just with full confidence.
And then Stannis kind of rolls his eyes without having to roll his eyes. He goes, this Will, who's this?
Sir Will of the Bells.
sometimes folk calls him Woolly Wills on account of he don't shave or cut his hair since some grievous wrong or some such. He doesn't like to talk about it, but Woolly Will or Sir Will of the Bells, he was knighted by your brother, Sir, my lord. King himself knighted him.
We're kind of not in agreement. Like, wrong side, but he wasn't on our side.
He fought for King Robert at the Battle of Stony Sept, and he took the bells as his name. He's told me that bit a lot, and some other stories about being man at arms and fighting and such. He's the one that taught me to fight. Sorry if I hurt your squire, sir. I don't think I did. And he just kind of looks nervously at you two, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm still.
It's fine. That's fine, Oris.
I think that's okay.
You've answered fine. My lords, Oris just wants to live his life and perhaps earn his spurs fairly someday. He's not a person of concern.
How old are you?
How we dragged him here,
he
never
cuts-
even came to King's Landing.
Yeah. He cuts Adam off. Stannis does. He goes, "How old are you, boy?" And Oris kind of glances at you guys before answering. Goes,
Answer for us.
near 18, we think. Didn't rightly track my name day, but old 17 or young 18, I think, by this point, by Sir Will's best guesses. I don't remember. And they just kind of give each other little nods. And John Aaron kind of is doing a like managerial smile through all this. You know what I mean? Like not like a shitty manager that's about to fire you, but he's trying to like keep it personable and stuff. Like, you know, Stannis, it's not quite good cop, bad
Rusty?
cop. It's just in a conversation with Stannis, with anybody, somebody else is good cop, you know? But yeah, John Aaron's just being decent about it.
Hey, Rusty.
Yeah,
the bastard Robert that Stannis keeps at Dragonstone, how well known is that? Do I know about him?
That's actually a bastard that's kept at Storm's End.
Oh, Storm's End. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's
right. Eric Stone.
Edric.
Edric.
I'm trying to remember his name. I want to say he's 8 or 9. But yeah, he is an acknowledged bastard. It's the only bastard that Robert has acknowledged.
But he is in Renly's hands, not Stannis's.
Yeah, he is kept at Storm's End. Because you hear gossip around King's Landing, in particular, you remember for sure, Luke, his mother was Delena Florent. Of the Florents that are sitting up table.
Friends,
so,
you know.
So there's a bit of potentially some friction there with that. But yeah, the bastard's mother is was a reach lady, etc.
Okay.
But yeah, it's Edric Storm isn't like a secret. He's 10 or 11-ish. People know that he exists. He has only been acknowledged, not like legitimized or whatever. So he's still a Storm. He's just being kept at Storm's End and like raised, taken care of, etc.
Okay, yeah, but he's in Renly's care, not Stannis's. Okay, that's what I was concerned about. I wanted to consider if there was any precedent for Stannis not murdering bastards of Robert, but we don't have that, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, so the two of them just kind of listen as Oris nervous chatters a bit more, that sort of thing, and they listen to both of you, and they and John Aaron goes, we mean the boy no ill will. We're just learning what we can, taking stock, as it were.
Luke gives a nod.
We unfortunately cannot speak for all of King's Landing when it comes to bearing young people like Oris no ill will. ire against bastards runs deep among the highborn. And you can tell that he's not just talking about bastards, but Oris probably can't tell that he's not just talking about all bastards. Right? So he's kind of playing along a little bit. He goes, but as you say, we certainly haven't noticed him in King's Landing before. He's just been squiring to this hedge knight, you say?
Yes,
And
true.
causing no trouble, though I do believe we caught word about a bit of a ruckus at the tables where the lists were. That, he says, in absolute, good cheer, another kind of closed-mouth smile, just kind of teasing you about it a bit, is definitely the vibe that you get from John Aaron.
One could assume him and boys like him don't take the insult too kindly.
Well, the prince started it anyway.
I hear he's not the only one that's run afoul of the terrors of the twins. I believe people have been calling that duo. There was something about a kidnapping I heard from the Lady Mormont. Yes, some people's children, he says with a bit of a chuckle. But yes, you've certainly not gotten yourself into any trouble this week, young squire, and you've accounted yourself quite well on the tourney field, and I'm sure we'll see more of you tomorrow in the melee, eh? And Oris kind of straightens up. Oh, hi. Been invited on the squad since we got to the city. Looking forward to it, Your Grace, Lordship, Monsieur. I just seems to be affably in good cheer about the chance to go fight and stuff like that. No immediate pressing comeback from John Aaron or Stennis. Anything else you two want to say?
Yeah, I want to kind of quietly to the side of John Aaron. He'll have questions about this. What do you want me to tell him? Rather, what do you want me to not tell him?
John Aaron shrugs. It's not for me to say, lad. I am King Robert's friend. I am his advisor. I serve as Hand of the King, and part of my job is maintaining the peace of the realm. All the realm. It's not my place to tell people what secrets or rumors they want to share with one another, so long as those secrets and rumors will not threaten the peace of the realm that I am sworn to protect as Hand of the King.
Very seriously, and kind of leaned away from Adam, Luke will say, the boy could take the black. And you can probably hear that, Adam, but he specifically not involving you.
That would not be necessary. Look, he there will be no threat.
Adam,
I swear on my life, on the old gods and the new, there will be no threat.
Adam, quiet. And very coldly, he looks back to John Aaron.
John Aaron gives a shrug. Says, "It's perhaps not the noble profession it once was, though more's the pity on that front, but no one at this table has done anything deserving of needing to take the black. But it's good that you remember that such options are available for those for whom exile might be safer than some other punishments, should such a need arise."
Very well. Then perhaps we shall keep him down south if it pleases. And the realm.
Stannis gives a not quite disdainful sniff, not like a racist, he smells Dornish way, but just a bit of a just kind of snort, we haven't seen him before now, so fine. Put him back under whatever sandy rock he's been hiding. And he gestures airily. And then Stannis stands up. I'm satisfied. And he turns and walks off, because that's how Stannis rolls. Stannis is done talking, Stannis leaves. John Aaron stays for some pleasantries he slides his dessert plate across to Oris. You know, oh no, none for me.
It should be very clear, Luke's disposition, excuse me, that he likes John Aaron. He does not care for Stannis that much, which is not unusual, I'd imagine.
It has been
Right.
picked up on. Yes, John Aaron's job is to be likable. John Aaron was likable enough to oversee a rebellion that destroyed the Targaryen dynasty by winning people to his side. You know, like John Aaron is a likable dude. He is probably well accustomed to being better liked than Stannis, and they are both quite accustomed to noticing it. So yes,
Yeah, I got about 85% of the way through that when I realized, obviously, who wouldn't?
Yeah,
Alright.
it won't. It won't have. It won't have escaped either of them. I think that like Adam was holding it together until the suggestion of taking the black came up, and then he freaked out a little bit.
yes.
At that point,
it
Luke
was quite
relaxes
clear.
and he turns back around to Adam, expecting to get chewed out.
John Aaron just stands up. He goes, well then, I'll leave you lot to your desserts. And I've heard they've got some more of the apples and will likely have more brought shortly. Huh? And he gives Oris a cheerful little wink and makes his way away.
Adam,
Well,
Oris gives you two a look like, fucking I got some more apples. And he just reaches for the dessert plate and he's like, that went all
you know,
right.
I'm having
And he
this.
starts it on the apple.
I'm having this like George and Lenny thing of like, yeah, it'll all be fine. Everything will be fine,
Aw.
Horace.
oh, pet the rabbits.
Oris
The
just
rabbits.
figures anytime highborn council folk talk to him and he doesn't get in trouble, he's like, things are all right.
Oh,
Like, hey, more
to
apples.
have your
Adam.
simplicity. Ugh. Adam's
Adam.
having a fucking anxiety attack, but keep it up, trying to hold it in.
Yeah, Luke's just kind of trying to get his attention. Adam,
Yes, look.
are you all right?
Considering the thing that we were trying to keep a lid on no longer has a lid, and I promised Lady Olenna that the lid would stay on it. No, I'm not okay.
That's not what I mean. Do you hate me?
No. Why would I hate you? You're my brother.
Right, but what I said.
Oh, that. Yeah, I don't
It's
think
fine
that,
if you do.
no, I don't hate you for it. I very strongly disagree with the suggestion, but I don't hate you. I couldn't hate you.
I don't want him there either, but
Let's agree to make that the last resort. Shall
that
we?
was my concern as it was.
Well, we seem to have satisfied the master of ships and the hand, so I don't think it's going to be necessary. Just
You're right, but I think I promised we'd keep him down south from here on out. We should find quarters of him back at home. The quarters
I think that's
for
because
him. Excuse me.
yes, I think as long as things are kept quiet and out of the capital, all will be well. And then it's up to Sir Will and our grandfather to
Answer some goddamn questions.
yes, I think we might have to answer them ourselves. This might have been taken somewhat out of our hands.
Luke gives an apathetic shrug and then goes back to where he was at.
I mean, perhaps we could talk about this later at the pavilions or at the inn.
Luke waves. He's going back to his seat.
Right. Okay.
Oris, for his part, had kind of half turned away from you while you two were clearly talking about instead of to him. So he was content with John Aaron's dessert instead of listening in. So he's just pleasantly sitting there chomping down.
He's so good at this.
Lothar Brune makes his way back down table.
Oh,
he
hello.
comes entrance stage left. He comes sliding back in as all the most of the highborns leave. He just has
where you've gotten to.
he gives you a shrug. Hand of the king wanted to sit down. I wanted to let him.
No, that's fine. I was only jesting. The apples are nice, aren't they? And they go very well with the pear brandy. It's very nice, yeah.
But yeah, Ash, Luke has very clearly left you two alone. You three alone, I guess.
Oh, okay.
So, what next, everybody?
Get out of here while we're alive.
Adam will kind of quickly have as much of his dessert as would be sort of polite and not look like he's just abandoning it, but like is going to go out to the balcony for a bit because he's freaking out.
Okay, that's fair.
Did Van...
I'm going to say out of character, like I'm not averse to being approached. That's where he's going to be.
And it should be clear to both Bela and Raina that they had some sort of intense talk, and then Lucas returned to the table.
Did Vannon sit down with us when he came back?
He stayed up at those seats for a few moments and had a talk to the lady, whoever she is, and then he makes his way down table. And this was actually what I had planned next. So, Erica, good job. A++ mind reading. So, Sir Vannon Rivers rejoins the trio of you sitting there near the Vale contingent. And he stops just long enough, and he actually looks towards a balcony. And this is before Adam gets up to head out there. He goes, I wonder, sir and my ladies, if perhaps you could join me outside for a moment.
Huh.
He looks a little pale.
Is everything okay?
He gives a kind of nihilistic, jaunty shrug and heads towards the balcony.
Luke sighs.
Clear.
7 hells, but it's not one thing, it's another. He gets up and falls.
We're in King's Landing.
So, Adam, you see your siblings and Sir Vannon heading to a balcony, just as you were thinking about going to a balcony. So, for simplicity's sake,
okay, yeah, I'm gonna fall in.
I'll
I'll say like, I hope you don't mind if I join you.
Yeah. Take him back.
Some air.
Sir Vannon turns his back to the balcony and is leaning on the rail and is staring right past the lot of you at the woman that he had left with earlier. And he goes, "The Kettle Blacks are my brothers. That's my mum.
What?
What?
That's my mum."
Oh my
Okay.
Oswald Kettleblack married her.
Oh. So they're your half brothers.
Maris Bracken, she used to be called. Now she's a fucking Kettleblack. All 3 of those little twats are my brothers, my half brothers, and he's fucking my mum.
Well,
it has been for a while, to be fair.
That's how that works.
They're married.
Let's not blame her for that.
I have a dog hair in my eye. He's not crying.
Okay.
I just have to get this fucking dog hair out of my eye.
Really sensitive about his eyes.
Well,
All you have to do.
If I might, this is clearly difficult news to take in. If I may offer some small thing in her defense, it is difficult to be an unwed woman with a child in our society.
Yes, no, I'm quite aware that it's my fault she's getting fucked by a kettle black.
That's not. Oh, you know what? I'll just shut up.
I think you may have cause and effect reversed.
Exactly.
I'm the reason no one else would take her. And that Littlefinger,
In that case, I take back what I said.
It's no
That-
one's fault.
Littlefinger arranged the whole thing, which is why his barely highborn man-at-arms could get himself a soiled highborn lady as a wife to shit out those kettle black shits. Duh. But she claims to bear me no ill will, but he clearly does, and I him. And my father and I must have a talk. But yes, I'm sorry I missed most of the feast. I have a mother, and I spoke with her. And
Well, that's a great thing.
it's been
You-
quite a
Luke is
night.
highly annoyed.
Look,
Interesting.
you. I mean, you. If it were not out of respect for you, I have not remonstrated with your father myself, frankly, because the way that he has treated you has been unacceptable, to say the least. But that is for you to deal with as you see fit. But you wanted to know who your mother was, and now you do. That's no small thing.
Not just know who she is, but you've met her.
Yes. There are many who would want what you have right now.
He's not wrong.
He sighs gustily at talk of wanting and having, and he gives Bela a long look, and then the rest of you. Well, I felt I owed it to you to tell you where I was and why I left. The blackfish told me, and just came with to see to it nothing untoward happened in the gardens, and I had to speak to her, and I'm sorry I missed the feast.
Oh, that's you have nothing to apologize for.
Yeah, that's not anything to be just.
And I'm glad that Sir Brendan was there for you. He's a good man.
Vannon lets out another long sigh, like he's just been like knotted up with emotion it feels like
Ever?
2 or 4 weeks now. So he's like still clearly just like all tense and knotted up, and but you can hear behind you, and as you kind of cast glances, a few people are starting to politely say their good nights and leave the feast. The desserts have wrapped up. Looks like there isn't another round of dancing in the cards as everybody is stuffed. So at least just a few people are starting to leave.
Luke has his arms crossed over his chest, and he's clearly annoyed by this conversation. Like,
Oh.
weirdly so.
That is weird.
Luke being annoyed by a conversation.
Yeah. I usually feel like they were talking.
Yeah, something about this has really gotten to him.
Well, Fannin, are you? You said you are going to speak to your father.
He gives you a kind of longing, I don't know what else to do look, and then just a shrug.
Well,
I mean, shouldn't I?
yes, you should. And unfortunately, as the bastard son, you will be coming to him from not a position of power. He will have every advantage in the meeting. I'm just putting that out. I mean, that is probably why you haven't gone to speak with him yet. But if it's truly worth it, then you'll put that aside, I guess.
And if there's one advantage I've got now, it's that I know And he doesn't know I know. So at least we'll have something to talk about instead of just the weather in Dorne. And so I'll talk to him. Maybe after the melee tomorrow.
I think that's a good idea, Vannon. And for what it's worth, while knowing can be hurtful, it's generally better to know than not know. Because not knowing would have haunted you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
I agree.
Not that I mean
He
I'm
gives
five-
another
I'm
kind of
fi-
helpless
I'm
shrug.
I'm 5 and 10. What the fuck do I know?
So yeah, he just seems kind of helpless at the moment. Like he doesn't know what else to do. He wants to go probably talk to his dad like right the fuck now. He knows he can't do that. But yeah, so he's just seems really kind of tied up about all this. But at least you know where he's been all night.
Well, it makes
we
a lot
should
of sense now.
we should go and get drunk.
Yes. I'll hand Vannon my glass.
He will drain it without even looking to see what it was. Like whether it was brandy or like the weak beer or whatever, he's just like, and then he gives you a, you have parched my thirst, smile of gratitude.
Because she's a tall drink of water.
Yeah, it's
Right.
right. Or wine, depending.
Okay, well then.
So the feast seems to be winding down behind you. It's your call if you want to be some of the first to leave or stay later. If there are any NPCs present that you want to talk to more, now is the time.
How does the Tyrells look?
Yeah.
Smashing.
How does what?
She said, "How do the Tyrells look?" And I'm like, "Smashing."
They look fabulous.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Adam is conscious of having quite sort of rudely sort of abandoned his conversation with Sir Brendan, so he is going to go back to talk to him.
Okay. Let's everybody declare their conversational intent, and then we'll loop back. So we've got Adam heading back to the Blackfish. We've got Luke. Where you go?
Luke's going to go back to Miranda Royce and
Yeah.
go on a tour of his quarters at the castle.
Get
Red-
some.
You are able to do so. She pointedly ignores the Blackfish. He doesn't try to stop anything, but she is certainly not watching him either way.
Why would
She
she be?
gives. I'm sorry?
Why would she be?
He's been playing chaperone to both of them.
Oh, I see.
to an
Okay,
extent,
right. Okay.
But she's like not checking with him first or whatever.
Whatever.
So that is not a problem. We will do a tasteful fade to black there. Also, you'll need to be making an opposed endurance test to see if she kills you like a succubus. She has before.
I was
but he
wondering.
was a-
I was wondering who was going to be the first to pull.
But yeah, we will do a tasteful fade to black there, and Luke will not be part in any post-feast conversations.
Yeah, Luke is God.
Bela, how about you?
I'm going to stay with Vannon and talk with him.
Okay. I am not. Oh, go ahead.
I'm comfortable with my endurance roll. I got a 15.
You are fine. She does
Does
not.
he have to?
She does
he
not
have to-
kill you like she did her husband.
Does he have to roll to like not knock her up?
Nah, we'll worry about that later. It's a
Okay.
surprise.
Yeah, it's a surprise later.
So,
What
for
am I going to
complete,
roll for that?
for complete
How would that
clarity, I am not terribly comfortable role-playing Sir Vannon much more, but especially in like a one-on-one planning for Bela. So if and when Kevin comes back, I don't want to make it weird by doing heartfelt one-on-one role plays with Bela on that front.
That's fine.
Is that making sense? So I don't
Yes.
I don't want to take away from you the friendship and maybe more that Bela and Vannon had, but also I don't want to take away from you the opportunity to role play with someone else. If you would rather do that with one of the other 30 NPCs that are floating around, I also want to give you that chance. Is that making sense?
It
So
does.
it's your call. Like, I don't want to take away your last call conversation from you. And also, Bela and Vannon could also hang out post feast because they're both staying at the Green Tree, yada, yada, yada. So I accept your decision if that is what you want Bela to be doing, supporting Vannon this evening, yada, yada.
I think
But I don't want to
that's
take away.
where her head is. I think she feels like she's socialized more than she normally would at events, and she wants to be there for Vannon.
All right, it's totally fair. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to declare a different target if you wanted to go talk to one of the other NPCs. So we're probably kind of doing a different type of tasteful fade to black there.
Right.
In my head, I picture Bela and Vannon leaving the Red Keep and just walking through King's Landing, taking their time, making their way back to the Green Tree, because the two of them aren't worried about being in trouble on the streets, and they're just going to be two friends going for a walk and talking as they make their way back.
Yeah,
Does that sound pretty cool?
I think that's
All right.
fitting, yeah.
So a different, tasteful fade to black, but it'll be the two of them making their way through the streets of King's Landing, him catching her up on the conversation that he had with his mother, yada, 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 and that sort of thing. So like I said, I hate to kind of also cut Bela out, but I think it's also a call that makes sense for your character, so it's fine. So, Lady Reyna, last call. We got about 30 NPCs on tap.
I mostly will be making the round, like being polite, and it was wonderful to see you. I was so glad to meet you, and being that kind of thing. Thanking, the king and for his hospitality and generosity, because that's absolutely true. I mean, that was on display tonight. So,
Words are wind. Thank me with a dance.
I will dance with the king.
He gets a little bit handsy. Just hands a little bit low on your waistline type of thing. He's not openly groping or, that sort of thing. But it's about like he was dancing with Mary before,
Right.
but, little bit handsy. But yeah, the musicians start up again because King Robert wanted to dance. Nobody else is dancing. Nobody is reacting like it's strange, though. When the king wants to fucking dance, he dances. The queen's not here, so no one else is going to tell him no.
Right.
When the queen's away, the king will play.
Yes.
Or when the queen's here, just whatever. It's Robert. He
Just
plays.
whatever.
And yeah, he's
Let
not a
him play.
bad dancer. He's not clumsy. He's not, he is phenomenally powerful. It's easy to notice that anytime he puts like both hands on your waist to lift you or whatever, you feel like he could just give you a toss. But but he is careful about it. He knows what he's doing. Even when he is handsy, he is placing his hands with purpose. They are not drunken pawings where he's accidental, crushing you or tossing or tugging too hard during a spin or whatever. Like, he clearly dances a lot. I would argue that were we rolling things for dancing, one of the appropriate skills could be seduction. He's got 3 bonus dice in it. Like,
Yeah.
dude knows what he's doing on the dance floor, but you're also pointedly aware of the athletics and strength scores he also has.
Which
He's
are
a
big.
very, very powerfully built fella. But yeah, he's a good dancer. He is, he dances. He's in
Yeah.
good cheer about it. You can smell the liquor on him, absolutely unsurprisingly, but he's not going in for, like, kisses or anything like that. He's just having a good time and doesn't seem to particularly notice that you are one of those Dornish dragon fuckers or whatever. He just seems that it was a pretty girl thanking him for hospitality, so he's gonna dance.
Okay. Well, that is how simple I will keep it, because yes, I want
All
him
right.
to keep all of us without me having to actually do all that much about it, and that seems to be working.
Yep, it does. Yeah, it seems to be handling that. He is certainly, at this point, he is not holding your heritage against you lot, from what you can tell.
Like, we're actually individuals to him at point, at least.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that myself, Bela, and Luke, and Adam's the little one. So, we're good.
Yeah.
And
Not little. I'm average height.
well, compared to Robert, you're little,
Oh yeah, God, I'm tiny compared to him.
right?
I
So-
think he's something like a whole, like a full, like 12 inches taller than me or something.
Eh,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
nothing. I was just gonna. I mean, Raina and Bela are like the same height, right? They're just
Ish, yeah.
Yeah.
opposite,
she's
colors.
A little more powerfully built
Hmm.
than you, but yeah, you're of a height.
And we're not short.
Nope.
But
Uh.
still, yeah.
So you cut a rug with King Robert.
And it's fun.
I'm sure.
Uh, and then Sir Garland cuts in very politely, just as Robert is starting to look a little winded. So it's saving the king as well as you. And he goes, I'm afraid it's getting a bit late, and grandmother may have enjoyed the wine just enough that she's due for bed. And I know I need my strength for the melee tomorrow, so I'm afraid I'm forcing grandmother to leave early.
Well, and
Lady
she's
Raina.
my ride home. So, Your Grace, thank you again. It was wonderful.
All right. And then we've got Adam heading back to the Blackfish. So when you get over to the Blackfish, he is sitting with Maya Stone. They both just kind of moved to fill in the seats as everyone else was leaving. And they're sitting there companionably drinking what's within reach. Just going through, they left this empty cup, and they left this empty cup.
Well.
Adam, not to be outdone. So they're just, sitting in kind of companionable, near silence, drinking,
back on the clean leash.
talking about the stupidity of young men, etc.,
Oh,
etc. Kind
Speaking of stupid young men, hello.
Indeed.
Here he will be.
So that's what Adam walks up on. Is the Blackfish and Maya Stone sitting and complaining about the stupidity of young men.
Right, am I coming up on the Blackfish's side or Maya's side? Like, who am I coming up behind?
You're the one coming up on them. It's your call.
Okay.
We're not worrying about a battle map for the feast. So you
Okay.
approach from whichever direction you
Tax
want to.
opportunity.
Well, but behind Maya, then, like, Adam's probably smashed by now, and I'm certainly a little bit smashed. So putting a hand on her shoulder, like, speaking of the stupidity of young men, may the stupid young man join you.
The Blackfish gives you a cheerful toast. You're more welcome than most.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, Sir Brendan, thank you for your graciousness earlier, and for being there for Sir Vannon when he needed you. That was very decent of you.
Just doing what any old knight should. I'm afraid the whole mess was my fault. It never occurred to me that the boy didn't know who his mother was. I'm the one that told him, so I figured the least I could do was try to smooth things over in the meantime. Thank you and your brother, please, for looking after Maya for me.
I'm not sure I looked after her terribly well. I'm very sorry for making a scene, by the way.
Maya leans over towards you and touches your arm a little clumsily, like a little heavily. You can tell she started drinking a little more heavily after the Redford affair earlier this year. She goes, "You're so nice. Thank you." And not every highborn lad in King's Landing is a cunt. So you were very nice. You and your brother both. And you didn't even just do it to impress my friend. So thank you.
Aww.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. While your friend is very nice, I have no interest in impressing her, and my brother has that sewn up anyway, so that's fine.
I hope that Michael and Sir Lin don't stab any of your family for it.
I would like to see them get close.
Oh.
They don't stand a chance.
They're very good at stabbing people.
Oh, I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever. No doubt. But I'm gonna pray really hard to the gods that they don't.
Thanks, Adam.
I'm going to will. I'm going to will them to not stab my siblings with my god brain.
There you go.
The blackfish gives a knowing nod, and he reaches over and he slaps you on the shoulder, and then in a smooth fucking motion, you don't even notice it. Your tankard's gone, and he toasts it. And he goes, "Well, probably time you and your god brain went to say those prayers and got some rest before the melee, then, eh?" And it was like a magic trick that you saw some mummers do once. Where just like shabam, like it was just like wow. So yeah, he's just polishing off the last of that pear brandy for you.
You, sir, are deceptively quick. I need to watch out for you.
Many a young knight learned that a much more difficult way, especially on the stepstones.
Well, if there's one thing that I like to think I'm good at, is learning from other people's mistakes.
That's the best way to manage it. So,
well, that's certainly something I remember Lord Baelish telling me earlier, so I should do it, probably. But yes, I'm going to go and get Oris right now and get him to walk me back to my room, because oh goodness, it's been a lot, hasn't it?
Oris, he's that the big one, your squire?
Yes, that's him.
He chuckles. All right, well, I don't suppose you're likely to run into any trouble on the streets then.
No, he'll keep me safe.
And if you do, I suppose he could just pitch you up onto a nearby roof or something and keep you safe that way.
Yeah, he will always keep me safe.
Right then.
Aww.
I'll get Maya off to her place, and you see that young Oris does the same for you.
Thanks, Brendan.
7 blessings upon the lot of you, and the gods give you good fortune in the melee tomorrow.
And the same to you.
Oh no, it's a younger man's game, but I'll thank you for the blessing all the same.
Yeah, Adam is going to go and get Oris to go. I need you to walk me home now.
I'm not saying with you, but if you kiss Oris, I'll give you a destiny point. I have one.
I mean, like if Rusty will give me the time to do it, then I'll absolutely do it.
Oris will stand up as you approach. He's finishing off the last of another bowl of those apples with the cinnamon and honey. You think maybe he just snaked one as other people were leaving, reached like halfway down the table
Oris,
to like yoink somebody's.
Oris, I'm sorry to disturb you. You can take that with you, but I think I need to leave now, and I don't want to leave alone.
No problem. Luke left, and Lady Rhaena left with the Tyrells, and Sir Vannon and Lady Bela left. So I suppose that's me.
We're the last men standing. Let's go.
If you'd like,
I'm just gonna hold my destiny point up here.
Probably toss you over my shoulder as a sack of potatoes.
Oh well, I'm sure. Well, that would be delightful, Oris. I feel it might be considered somewhat unmanly on my part.
I just think you had more than your fair share of that brandy tonight. Oh, which reminds me, though, and he grabs a nearby flagon on your way out and just like downs it.
Oh, just rub it in. Why don't you? Well, if you must know, I'm a little bit squiffy, but I am still in control of my faculties.
Oh, right. That's why you told one of the most dangerous knights in Westeros to kindly get fucked. The kindly kept it from being an insult.
Oh, you know what? I'm actually quite proud of that.
You lot are supposed to be teaching me manners.
Oh, Oris, don't listen to us. Especially me. Don't listen to me. I don't know anything. I'm just an idiot. I'm just. I don't know.
So by this point, just real quick, just gonna cut it because we are the last ones leaving. By this point, like as everyone's drifting out, kind of the last thing you all see, as you're leaving the feast, is like torches and candles are starting to go out around the room. The guests are gone, and the last thing that anyone sees as the last camera fades from the Red Keep is King Robert sitting alone, refilling his own wine, and just sitting at that big chair at the head of an empty feast with all of his family gone, pouring himself another. So then we cut back to Oris and Adam, and we're just, like I said, we're going to abstract the conversation, and this is you guys weaving through the tourney grounds by this point, etc. Making your way to the pavilion.
I believe the pavilion's all empty and
back
right now?
back to Adam. I just wanted to get that like dramatic cut in.
That's fine.
Oh, that's sad.
Was Lynn still there?
He left with Littlefinger earlier.
That's fine. I just it doesn't matter. It's not important. This is more important.
Back to Adam and
no.
Oris making their way through the pavilion
Making
tent.
our way downtown, walking. Thing is, Oris, you know, like in that moment, and like before, like when I first spoke to him and he was being all intense and stuff, like both those moments, I wasn't afraid of him. Just for that moment, like like before and after, I was fucking terrified. But in that moment, I was not scared of him, and I don't know why. I just had confidence for a moment.
You had your blood up. You were mad.
He
Anger
woke a
beats
dragon.
fear. You woke something.
What?
You woke something.
Are you implying what I think you're implying?
I'm implying that maybe you're not quite a dragon yet, little lord.
I am like 6 weeks away from being 6 and 10, so I'll be a full-grown dragon soon.
He's grown.
Do you think that you're the scariest member of House Nymaryen?
No, of course I don't. No, I definitely don't. But I think I'm scarier than people think I am.
All right.
But I mean, for most people, it's like being threatened by a lemon cake.
Well, lemon cakes. Suppose a stale
Oh.
one thrown proper hard.
It would have, it would have been really nice if there was lemon cakes there, but oh well. The apples were nice.
Everything was nice, except there were some snails in one of my soups.
Oh yeah, I avoided that one. I had snails once before. I didn't like them.
Had them
Love-
once
love-
before. You ate
Love
them on
garlic, don't love snails.
ate them
but
on
the pumpkin-
purpose.
Yeah, roasted they become less slimy, but for me, I'm not very keen on the texture of them personally. But some people like them.
Castle folk.
I suppose you must think that we're terribly weird.
Lots of you.
Am I like another? Might I as well be another species? Am I that different? If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh?
I think I've made bleed a few more castle-born lads than I have tickled this week.
Well, you can tickle me anytime.
I think I'd best not. You're a dragon, after all.
Oh, I would never burn you. Never.
Well, it's good to know. It's not
Sorry,
every bastard-born squire that gets a dragon to escort him back to their fine pavilion tent.
You flatter me. I have some quite nice Stormlands Red in my room if you would like to come and have some.
No, I think I ate my fill of the Red Keep. Maybe a little more than I should have. But it was good.
Right. Well, will you come in anyway? Just for a minute.
He shrugs amiably and goes with you.
Okay, so right. Did we pick, right? I have no
Right.
preference for pavilion or inn, so whichever you want.
I was assuming pavilion for you two.
Cool.
Like,
Okay.
it's kind of the default that you
Yeah.
two have stayed at
Sure.
most of the week.
Okay. I'll offer him a seat.
He has a seat.
Well, I'm going to say something. Like, I hope you don't mind if I have a little bit of it. I'm going to have a drink.
It's your wine. You're allowed to drink it if you want.
Look, the thing I wanted to talk about, is I'm not good at this. I'm not good at being. I'm not good at intentionally being vulnerable, Oris. When you're a highborn person, you have to have your guard up all the time. You have to be watching for whoever might be trying to hurt you or your family. And being in the north for so long, I think I built that wall around myself even higher than most people do, because in the north they're even more removed from each other. But I like to think that over the last little while we've gotten close, and I enjoy your company very much.
Well, thanks. You're not bad for castle folk, and I know you try to look out for me and such, like with the hand and that master of ships, Stennis, and thanks.
Well, yes, the thing with them, it's really not my place to tell you what that was about. That's a thing that that can definitely wait, and it needs to wait because it's not my place to tell you about that.
He gives another kind of affable shrug.
But I wanted, in a way, that was kind of inconvenient because I wanted to have this conversation with you or any of that came up, so that you knew unequivocally, unequivocally, I can't speak right now, that what I'm about to say is nothing to do with that this is just you and I, and there's no politics involved, that I can't, like, the last time I saw you before you came back, it's been like 8 years. 8 years.
Something like that.
Yeah, and when I last saw you, you were 10 years old, and I was maybe just about 8. We were children, and you came back this completely different person, and I was a completely different person, and I have feelings about that. And I've seen, being here this past week, that everything in this city is about hiding and about concealing and about subterfuge and about facades, and I hate them. But I'm made up of them. I've got one myself, and I hate it, and I don't want to have it anymore. I want to, and you're one of the few people I feel that I can actually be honest with. I mean, I love my family, I love my siblings, but I hardly know them, and I don't know if I don't know if the real me is acceptable to them, but I know that you would never think ill of me. So,
if you did something wrong and need to hit the road, I'll help if I can.
I hope it's not something wrong. And then I'm going to lean in and kiss him.
Sorry, I just saw the look on Baylor's face. All right. So,
mouth chastely, but mouth slightly open.
Like mouth on mouth, sure.
And cup his face in my hands.
In my head, he was sitting down and you weren't, so that you were kind of at eye level.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then you lean in, you smooch, you cup his face. His big fucking hands find your waist, like hands on the hips from each side, and then he lifts you up, stands up as he does so. The kiss holds for just a little, and then he straightens his arms all the way out and is just like holding you at arm's length, and he sets you down on the bed. And then he shakes his head. No, you had too much to drink. You're canceled. No.
It's not that. I love you.
What? No. No. I said you lot got me to do everything Wooly Will ever told me not to, and then you just made up a new one. And no, I can't. Nope. I'm 18 and you're not. You're still a child, not a man grown.
I'm not a child.
And you're castle folk, and I'm some fucking bastard. And no bastards from this. So you find a way around it. But Adam, no, I can't do this. You can't make me do this. And they'll take me fucking head for this.
No one needs to know.
I can't keep a secret, Adam. You know that. I can carry anything but secrets. Bela will run me through, and that Reyna will stake me out for buzzards, and that Luke, I don't know, he might buy me a drink first, but probably then he'd fight me. And I don't want to hurt none of them, and them lot could probably hurt me, and Wooly Will would have me head, and oh, Seven Hell's your grandfather. He'd kill me and Wooly Will, and then maybe come back for you, and no.
That sounds like a lot of words for you just don't want me.
Can't do it. Not doing it. No. I know there's plenty of other squires play them games, but no. You're not even a squire anymore. Fucking hells, you're just a little lord. You're just a lord. We're not even squires. Oh, hells.
Stop calling me little. I know what I want, and I want you.
No,
I've wanted you since I saw you again for the first time in 8 years. I knew then. I've been up in White Harbour all that time, and I've slowly started to realise who I am and what I feel, and you're the first person I've been able to tell, and I don't understand what's happening.
What's happening is I don't want to get the two of us killed, and I also like you, and you protect me in a feast, and I'll protect you in a fight, and any bandit comes for us again, I'll give him the axe or my hammer or whatever fuck I need to give them, and they'll leave you be, and just that's all this can be. Adam, you've had a lot to drink, and you're looking for some big strong fella, and that's me. And I know that I'm just some little bastard squire, and I'm not supposed to say no to nothing, but I'm saying no to this, Adam.
You have a right to say no. I'm not that sort of person. I would never force you to do anything. This is hard. Is it because I'm not a girl?
I mean, that don't help matters none, but it's just you're castle folk and I'm not, and known you just a few weeks, and the Lady Olena's trying to find a marriage for you, and I guess maybe find one for me. Listen, I'm not Dornish. I spent time in Dorne, but I'm not from Dorne, and
I don't want to get married. I don't want to marry a girl. I don't like women, and I like men. I'm scared. Oris,
abundantly fucking clear, and I noticed that. I know I don't notice much, but I kind of noticed you like men. Give that bit away to me now, hells, and I just no.
Or
you finish that wine, and you go to sleep, and I won't tell your terrifying fucking sisters about this if you don't. But no, I'm going over to my half of the pavilion, or I'm going to Green Tree, or I'm sleeping out front or Summit. But no, you stay in this room. I go to that room. That's the end of it.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Oris.
Shut up. You don't. Sorry. Just drink your wine, get some sleep, pray to Seven, and bet on us in the melee tomorrow. All right? It just never happened. We're telling nobody. Nobody needs to know. And just, that's all.
Goodness.
All right, if that's what you want.
And then he takes a couple big, wary steps back, like it's a horse that's gonna bolt and trample him. That same sort of keeping an eye on it while backing away. And then he closes your tent flaps and makes his way over to his half of the pavilion tent. And then the pavilion tent flaps close over the camera lens as we roll credits at plus 12 minutes, because we kind of had to make up for the 12 minutes we were late from tech issues. But I think that was a heck of an episode, everybody.
And some badass music plays that's kind of sad but also rocking.
Right?
So, thank you for joining us back here in Westeros, everybody.
My heart.
I hope everyone had as good a time or as complicated a time as the rest of us did. And we will see you in 2 weeks' time for the Grand Melee. 7 teams of 7 fighters wading in, going at it. Last team standing wins a gajillion gold pieces from the coffers of the Red Keep and the never-ending purse of King Robert Baratheon. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Thank you for the great game cast. I hope everyone had a good time watching and playing, not just me GMing.
Can we get a double thank you for Ash and Adam?
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep. I think drunk Ash was a real treat.
I went
as
full
always,
method and got actually drunk.
and we
Oh shit! I owe him a fucking destiny point now. He did it.
So thank you, everybody. We had a great time. Hope you had a great time too.
Yeah.
See you back here in 2 weeks for a whole bunch of fighting. So see you back here in 14 days, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.